Hello, everyone. It is Thursday, and here we are. How novel. How are we feeling? Okay. I have my hot water bottle. Let's go. We have 3 books on the semi desk, but don't worry. We're not going to read them all. One is my reward, and one came in the mail yesterday, and I wanted to talk about that a little bit. How are we feeling? I know this is so weird. I'm very confused about it as well. I am unsure how the cats are going to respond because normally I have like you know routines and rituals that I do on the rest of the week. And most of them revolve around making sure that the cats are happy, and I play just a little bit more with them. And oh, just some weekly chores and stuff that I involve them in, like folding laundry. What is happening? Why? Why? No matter what you do. Oh, wait, is chill mode still on? Wait. Oh my god. I. Okay. There needs to be. What? Okay, okay, never mind. I'll do that first. I need to kick that freaking bot because I am done. I'm done. I just noticed. Yeah, no, Siribot is still able to behind the scenes turn off follower only mode when I tell it that no, don't do that. I know what I'm doing, and now it didn't turn it off. What is this? Okay, I'm gonna kick. How do I do that? Do I just ban Siribot? Would that be bad if I ban a bot? I can take it back, right? Speaking of which, I haven't actually checked on ban requests for quite some time. See, anyone who was banned apparently didn't want to come back because I haven't done. Okay, can someone tell me would that be bad if I banned the Siribot? I need to give them a message because there are some things that could be fixed. Maybe I'm using it in a bit of an unconventional way. Um, but still, okay, let me turn that back. If you hear something, I gave Winston some candy in his puzzle. Uh, oh my god, I'm so confused about everything that I didn't even say hello. Hi, Krish, and bye, Krish. Be careful out there, please. Hi, Slam. This is Susan, and I hope you heard the noise she makes. And I got her initially because I don't have a setup. I just use my phone to stream. For one, because I don't have a setup. But honestly, since I started streaming from my phone, I'm a lot more composed. I really don't like having the whole shebang when it comes to streaming. This is stressful enough for me personally. And everything still goes wrong. Stupid bots. Bots don't like me, and I'm so upset about it because I try to be nice to AI whenever I get confronted with it. But alas, it has to be a bully. How do I moderation here? Uh oh, I should probably not lose chat while I try to. I'm gonna boot Siribot for now. Uh, huh? Oh, here. Wait, but I already did. So now I'm even more confused. Okay, listen. I timed Siribot out yesterday. Siribot is a bot that has previously been very helpful because it adjusts. Oh God, why is that open? Shut the hell up. It adjusts. Siribot is a bot that adjusts the safety measurements according to what is happening in chat. So if there's someone coming in who is suddenly spamming chat with highly inappropriate messages, Siribot locks it all up even before I notice it. Right? It also makes sure that when I'm not here that it has some shields things set up offline, and it has been really great up until now. And except that apparently, if you unmod Siribot, it still does things behind your back. Um, okay, it should be fixed now, I think. Or should I just still ban them? I don't know. I don't know. Don't count on me for complete feedback. Just have to speak so quickly that I don't catch half of it. Oh, that's okay, Slam. That's okay. I'm quite used to yapping to myself. Hi, Kairos. How are you doing today? And hello, Gigadex. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. How are you doing? This is not what I need to have there at all. What was here? Hmm. All right. Um. Okay, so why is there 3 books on my desk? For one, this is my reward for when I finally get myself through this incredibly frustrating book called Icebreaker, which is hold on. I'm about to say it out loud. It starts to make sense, I guess. How amazing the distraction has been from the true issue of this book, which is actual consent. And instead of that, they have focused on the contradiction of the cover and some explicit scenes, which are highly problematic. But also, what is even worse is how consent is framed in this book. But no, I don't remember anyone talking about that. In fact, Lulu notified me yesterday that when you Google it or Quack it, depending on what you use, I prefer to use DuckDuckGo. Good. Hold on before I continue. I forget, and this should be fine. And when you Google it, you get that this book is being lauded for. Why is every freaking battery dying? Stop it. How it treats consent and how it informs people about consent. How amazing! No, it's manipulative. They had a mature scene in a taxi that had, at the very least, a driver who did not consent to be part of your exhibitionism, and not to mention the 6 other people who were in the same car who were not informed, let alone asked if they were okay that 2 other people were about to get each other off. So just. If I heard that the friends that I trusted were secretly, getting each other off while I am just innocently sitting next to them, I would be so upset. It's not okay. Don't do that, because now you're making me part of your kink, and that's fine if you want people to watch. There are other people who like to watch, who like to be present, right? That's a whole thing. It's a whole scene. I'm aware of that. But I'm pretty sure that the people who were in that taxi scene were not okay with it. In real life, maybe in this book, everything is freaking. This is so upsetting. I don't know. I was aiming for 9 days. I don't think I'm gonna make it. I'm afraid that we're gonna be here for a little bit longer. I made it halfway through my daily goal. I tried to read 50 pages a day, made it to 26, and then I could not anymore. I need to look into it. When I'm finished, I want to go into some of the reviews. I want to maybe actually listen to a deep dive or two. But the conversation that was most loud about this book was that it should have been more clear that this is an explicit book, because it was bought for preteens, young people who should not be exposed to any of this, if only because it's highly problematic when it comes to consent. Hi, Millie. Um, but the manipulation, I've been thinking, and I do have to admit, I have some work to do, because I do the thing that is happening in here, and I said you shouldn't do it, but I guess it's a little bit more complicated because if you've been around here for some time, I wish we could just remove money. Money is the root of all evil, in my opinion. It is closely tied to how people see and experience power and wealth, as opposed to measure it by happiness and integrity, for example. Just to name two things. So when someone subscribes to the channel at this point, I can deal with it. I can deal with it. I still wish I did not need that. That I could just do this for the love of it. But unfortunately, I have bills to pay, and no matter what I do, I can't get away from that. Really? But when people give gift subs, that makes me highly uncomfortable. So what do? I say, stop it, don't do that. And I kind of mean that, like personally, with my integrity and how my morals, I really wish you didn't do that because I wish I didn't need it. Does that make sense? But I shouldn't say that. I should phrase that differently, and I'm going to work on that because that is not okay. Even if I don't agree with the system, this is the system that I work in, and consent is not only something that should be talked about on the level of sexual intimacy. It should also be talked about on the level of, for example, the friend of Anastasia, Lola, continually crossing her boundaries because she wants to get laid. So she forces her supposed best friend to go to places where she will be forced to interact with Nathan, who has been cornering her and stalking her, even though he is aware that he is doing so and that she is avoiding him actively. And now her best friend is also making sure that she gets cornered, and he is going to be able to covertly manipulate her into thinking that she's in the wrong, because she also says after he does the push, the pull and push, it's pull and push, it's not push and pull, it's pull and push. I think you say push and pull, but that doesn't, it's not actually what is happening. Someone pulls and then pushes, because she makes clear that she doesn't want a relationship, and suddenly he's acting like a freaking baby, and that leads her to say that yes, of course, you're allowed to take your consent back, except that the entire time that he is undressing her and getting her ready, he knows about all the things that he uses to take back his consent. But he pushes her until she either gives in with her body, because she hasn't said yes yet, actually, I feel like. She hasn't, still not yet vocally confirmed, actually. No, I can't say that for a fact. But in that first scene, at least, she was cornered, and she did not say yes. She had said vocally no, and she was trying to get out of the room. He locks her between his body and the door, and suddenly I'm in the middle of an explicit scene that I didn't see coming at all, because she's trying to get away from him. And this is framed as romantic. This is framed as healthy. This is framed as a cutesy book, but haunting Adeline, that is actively, honestly saying this is bad, this is a criminal, this is a dark fantasy that you can explore safely within the pages of this book. This is not marketed as toxic. The only thing that has come to my attention, at least, about what is wrong with this is that they should have made it more clear on the cover, or made a more explicitly clear cover that would have notified the parents that bought this book for preteens and young people that this is not for young people at all, if only because of the explicit scenes. But it goes so much deeper than that. Money isn't the root of all evil. It was a provision created by producers to exchange goods. I'm not talking about money today, Kairos. Hi, Bethany's, and thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. Is it World Cup season? Oh, wait, I don't care. Hi, 40. I'm so sorry. I really don't care about the World Cup, because to be honest, I am already really upset about the world, and if there's one thing that exposes the hypocrisy of countries, it's a World Cup of any sport. Because why are we fighting in our own countries the whole year, but then when it's the World Cup, suddenly we're all friends? No. I'm sorry, I can't deal. Hi, Wisdom. How are you doing today? Hockey players are master manipulators. How do you know this? Wisdom! They trick their way into your homes with stories of high volumes returns on spatula sales, speaking with a promise to lick your envelopes. They're not to be trusted. Well, and that's the thing as well. She has this rule in the beginning that she doesn't want to date hockey players. And it's so clear from the beginning because the first scene, I think the first scene that we meet Nathaniel, he's in bed with someone he didn't want to have intercourse with because he didn't like her and she didn't like him. That's the first scene that we meet him, that he's had intercourse with someone he didn't like. She didn't like him. What are we modeling here? What is this? This is not cutesy. This is toxic college behavior. Even though I have no experience in college, so I wouldn't know. But my gut is saying that nothing about this is okay. And the cover is the least of its problems. I can't wait. I have so many things coming up after this stupid month is over. I can't wait. I can't wait for this month to be over. And next year I'm gonna do my very best to just have it about the readathon, because I will have, it's saving my life. So the rest of this book, I don't know, man. There's so many pages left. I am what like I said, 125 of 300, and see, they haven't even actually had sex. Oh, and it's so problematic. But that taxi scene really messed with my brain. Like, I've been calling her, but she's not answering. And then he asks her best friend for her address, her physical address, so he can corner her in her own home. She doesn't want to talk to you, dude. She doesn't want to talk to you. Say again, I've said this yesterday, again, even if you are physically attracted to someone, that doesn't mean that you have to have physical freaking intercourse, whatever it is. You still have the right to say no. And she has made it clear from the beginning that she doesn't want anything to do with this guy. He has no respect for her ambitions or actual career, because she is well on her way to the Olympics. He just doesn't care about it. And it's written in such a way that it is on her, that she should just not be angry, that she's being a nag, basically. It's horrendous. It's horrendous. So unfortunately, this I really truly thought I'm gonna just sit here for like 2 weeks and cringe continually, but in a funny way, because I get uncomfortable with explicit scenes. Doesn't make explicit scenes wrong. Like I said, if you have a kink that you like people watching you, you do you, but do it with people who have consented to it and who want to be part of your fantasy. Don't expose. Even if it's your friends, don't expose people to your bedroom. And instead, I am just nauseous from frustration about the issues about consent that I'm finding in this stupid book. I really thought that I would have to balance my opinion on how explicit this book actually has become at the end of it, and how that works in conjunction with what they decided to do with the cover. I feel like they probably should have put the 18+ warning on the front, because it's so tiny. It's in a place where no one looks. No one looks at the freaking scanner code. No one looks there. It's tiny. Still think it's the responsibility of the parents to do some research. There's websites out there that tell you exactly how spicy a book is, or how appropriate it is for children, and gives you an exact list of things that happen. But there was already something called the Story Graph, which also has a very extensive list of trigger warnings, and I'm pretty sure. Let's take a look. Actually, I looked at the Story Graph, what it says about this book. I haven't added it either. Oh, yesteryear. Yesteryear is trending. Have we heard about yesteryear? I want to read it at some point. Okay, let's see. Let's see. On. Oh, remind me to come back here to the opinions of the community reviews. Uh, Oh, see, they do. See the third thing on even well, it should have been before. I feel like it should have been before eating disorder because the toxic friendship has been active for a lot longer than the eating problems. But all right, on the story graph, you can look at trigger warnings, which are reader submitted, viewer submitted. Uh, and it goes from graphic to moderate to minor. And I found this very helpful. So it does also include. See, it does say it! Stalking! Oh my god! And wait, what did now I have to see. Now I have to see. What did Goodreads say? Uh-oh. I think I'm gonna have to give you my story graph instead of my Goodreads because I fear that it's a lot more trustworthy on a lot more levels than I was aware of. Oh no! Oh no! Hold on! I don't know where chat is. I'm so sorry. I'm so lost in this stupid book. Hi Blue, how are you doing today? Sometimes you look at the cover and think this is a great book about romance, but when you start reading it, you're like, yeah, and it happens a lot in contemporary books. And I have a few theories that are flowing out of this. For one, it's probably better to just read a dark romance because at least they're upfront about the toxicity of it all, instead of this, because this is romanticizing bad behavior and it's not making that clear in any way, shape, or form. It is really framed in a way that makes her. Well, I mean, she's making excuse. Well, not making. She's explaining herself in situations where she shouldn't be explaining herself. He has no right on any claim on her at all. Not at all. She has made it clear that she doesn't want to see him to begin with, let alone have a relationship with him. And the moment he clocked that she avoided the subject of exclusivity, he pulled away. And he knew that. He knew that already. He knew very well that he has to corner her to be able to speak to her. That should say enough. Not to mention how I have my personal experience about that behavior. What? In the animal kingdom, the praying mantis has learned that the male of their species may not understand the word no, and as such, they have developed a preemptive instinct in which they simply bite off the male's head and chew it. I didn't know this was the reason. Some species of praying mantises have extra mouths under the lips to deal with chewed hair follicles. None of this is actual science. Do not chew heads at home. I don't recommend it. It's a bit Jeffrey Dahmer coded, isn't it? So, hi Alexander, welcome in. I have a good mood. I'm gonna do my best, but this book is really upsetting. It's like it's a good thing because it's keeping my mind busy. It's keeping my mind busy from my actual real life, and that is kind of important. But at the same time, I'm not sure. This is kind of upset. This is not what I was bargaining for, okay? This is not what I was prepared for. I was just prepared to be uncomfortable. I had no idea. It was going to be this bad. Because the thing is, I don't look at content warnings. I don't look at trigger warnings. The only reason... Oh, shut up. I'm not going to say that because that's just... There's no excuse. So... Okay, the story graph is a lot more honest if you do look at the trigger warnings because it says it explicitly on the graphic, what is actually graphic, so not medium, but it happens quite a lot. It warns you for sexual content, eating disorder, toxic friendship, body shaming, emotional abuse, gaslighting, alcohol, cursing, oh Lord, I have not been cursing as much as I have now. Bullying, uh, pregnancy, injury detail, girl. That's not as bad. Toxic relationship. Infidelity to whom? Oh my god, I need to continue. Drug use, stalking, stalking. Not a lot of people have recognized stalking. That's worrying. Or is it maybe? Let me see. One. Is it in this one? Moderate misogyny. Ooh, I would have put it in graphic. I'm sorry, I'm not looking at that at the moment. I'll be right there. Sorry. Oh, there's also mention of debt naming. Didn't realize that. That's bad. That's not okay. So the stalking in here is not recognized. It's not recognized. Because the very first content warning is sexual content, with 1,286 people warning you about this on the story graph, which means of those people, only one mentioned stalking, and there's no two. Two mentions stalking. Statistically, bad, and this is why this is such a problematic book. Skulja, hi! Stopping by for therapy to keep my streak. Yes, please. Oh, you reminded me that I have to as well. Hope you all have a good day and doesn't manifest gratitude and agency. The moment you stop viewing someone as a person, it's 100% an issue. Yep. Be kind to yourselves. Flows will get you around, I'm sure. Thank you so much for dropping by, Skulja. I am sorry if I'm messing with people's streaks. I didn't think of that. We're gonna be okay. Thank you for dropping by. Don't recall that tiny small print trigger warning discussing all these matters. No, exactly, Wisdom. It just gives you not suitable for young readers. We'll see. Maybe everything I've been feeling so far has been unwarranted. But this is the thing. A lot of people would have DNF'd long ago. Like after that first scene with my response, they probably would have DNF'd. There's a tiny little chance that maybe there's going to be some character development somehow, but that they're still going to end up together, which is just bad. I don't agree with that. I don't agree with people who have exhibited actual toxic behavior to go into a serious relationship with each other, because you have already crossed boundaries, which means that it's going to be easier to keep to cross them again, even if you have promised yourself and your loved one that it's never going to happen again. It already happened. So the chances that it's going to happen again with that person, at least, are kind of high. And it has shown that there is something about you two that it just doesn't mix well. It can cause an enabling of bad behavior or just trigger bad behavior. Regardless, there doesn't even have to be a fault involved in this. Once you have figured out that the combination of two people can cause toxic behavior, please step away from each other. It's not worth it. It's not worth your life. It's not worth the trauma. It's just not worth it. There's a lot of other people out there, and you're not gonna fix anyone. They have to fix themselves. A lot of people would have DNF'd. And if there is character development, they're not gonna find it out. They're not gonna find it out. So the levels of problems are just astonishing at the moment. And I'm not sure I'm enjoying myself. And I do apologize. I do apologize that it took such a turn. This was really not what I was expecting. I just thought I was going to be cringy and upset about possible bad marketing. But alas. I'm happy to see that there is some recognition on the story graph. But again, I don't think... Oh, shoot! Wait, I forgot again. I forgot to change the homes. I did make... But that is only for people who are subscribed. I'll tell you a little bit about that later. Uh, there is no such thing as trigger warnings on a Goodreads. This person didn't read well. Yeah, okay, hold on. No. Goodreads, so I have to think about this. Because you can see what I'm reading over here. I've had some trouble keeping up with it this year because this year has been rather challenging, but I'm doing my best. But I'm starting to feel like maybe I should move over to the story graph permanently because it just makes it a little bit easier for people to be warned about sensitive subjects. If only because is user generated, the content warnings, so you can see how many people thought about. But the stalking, that is worrying. Trafficking. Wait, we're gonna have trafficking? What do you mean? The fact that the stalking isn't really higher up or mentioned by more people. I'm happy that the toxic friendship is recognized because I have fallen victim to bad situationships in friendships as well, where I truly thought they had the best intentions and turned out that it's just their own demons caused, and my trauma caused me to not see it, which it's hard to untangle toxic situations at some point, because I don't think that everyone who exhibits abusive behavior is fully aware of the fact that it's abusive behavior. I feel like there's a few mental health conditions that just cause certain very visceral emotions in people that cause them to behave in what would be a toxic manner for those who are sensitive to it. Not everyone will be sensitive to it, and if you're healed, you'll start to recognize that behavior as well, and just not engage with it anymore. So you don't enable the toxic behavior either. But Lola's bad. Lola's bad. Hi, Danny. I'm embarrassed. Don't call me out. How are you doing today? It's chicken time, isn't it? Cornering and trafficking. This book, right? And then look at them. This is why. So because of reasons, it doesn't matter why. I'm struggling. I'm struggling with my mental health, and a huge reason for starting the readathon, even though I'm struggling, is because I am kind of a workaholic a little bit. If it wasn't for my endometriosis, I don't even want to know where I'd be right now. Probably in places that scare the frick out of me. So maybe it's a good thing that I am physically not okay. Nothing, Danny. Nothing. Oh, you did miss. I'm gonna work on how I exhibit the saying no when. Well, the thing is, I don't mean yes. I have to put a pin in it. I want to talk a little bit about when people say no when they mean yes, and the nuances in it, and how I am guilty of that behavior. So we can maybe explore it a little bit, and I'm gonna work on it. I shouldn't do that. It's just go. I don't like money. Okay, I don't like money. I think it's bad. What was the next thing I was gonna? Oh my gosh, Chris gave me a hydrate. So let's hydrate. Don't forget to drink, people. I'm going to try and finish this bottle today. Read 50 pages. And just hope that I don't crash out too much. today. Let's do this before I start. So Doppler is another of the anchors for after June. I'm still unsure. I'm still unsure how to move forward because I did start on the Hermit road trip, as I've said a few times before. I started on both actually, Greenland and what I think is going to be Maine. No, you don't, Danny. Shh, you don't. No, you don't know. um, like I think I have 6 or 7, maybe even more at this point, because I feel like this is going to be a separate video somehow, but not the first. I don't want to go viral for this book. That would be, I would hate that. I would hate going viral. Just period. But I want you to know that my YouTube adventure is not over. It's just that I'm struggling, and at the moment I have a lot of trouble with output. So I can deal with this. I can deal with reading a book and engaging with it, but coming up with my own anything, it's just impossible right now. Not even the filming. The filming I'm starting to get a little bit better at. I've been practicing with filming myself again because it's just awkward. It's just awkward. Okay, I'm not natural when it comes to filming myself. This is just silly. You better. I'm gonna cry, Danny. I feel so stupid. And also, I clocked that I switched to English again. See, it just happens. It's just my default. English is my default. But I want you to know that the YouTube, I didn't stop. I have multiple things in the works, both short-term and long-term projects. And one of them is going to be Haunting Adeline, which is going to be wildly fascinating, I assume. And I'm going to do something with it in conjunction with Icebreakers. Icebreaker, not Icebreakers. Hello, Revolution. Welcome in. Oh, it's just silly. I didn't even realize it's silly. Hold on. I wanna see now. Hunting Adeline. Because I have some thoughts and feelings that I cannot. Well, I'll say them in pencil. When I first started talking today on stream, it hit me suddenly that maybe the reason that most of the conversation about Icebreaker revolves around that it just should have been more clear that it's an explicit book, which I do agree with, as opposed to the stalking and the manipulation of it all is probably because it really does teach girls specifically how to behave, doesn't it? If you don't notice, if there's only 2 people who clocked the stalking. They did notice that the friend was being toxic, but they didn't notice that he's cornering her constantly from the beginning, literally. Haunting Adeline. Lovable characters, it's complicated. Most people think it's complicated. No, there's no diverse cast. There's like 2 people. Ooh. Oh, those are rough. Those are rough. What does the Goodreads say? Interesting. Oh, it's not even on my... What? Well, it's a video. It's a video book. I got the book to remind me that I wanna do something with it. Wait, that is interesting. So Haunting Adeline, which is actively and not just very clearly explaining that this is bad. This is bad. She's gonna get into a very bad relationship. Well, relationships, situation, not relationship, because he's gonna stalk her or something. Haunting Adeline. Let me just tell you what it says. The manipulator, it says in big bold letters. I can manipulate the emotions of anyone who lets me. I will make you hurt, make you cry, make you laugh and sigh, but my words don't affect him, especially not when I plead for him to leave. He's always there, watching and waiting, and I can never look away, not when I want him to come closer. The shadow. I didn't mean to fall in love, but now that I have, I can't stay away. I'm mesmerized by her smile, by her eyes, and the way she moves, the way she undresses. I'll keep watching and waiting until I can make her mine. And once she is, I'll never let her go. Not even when she begs me. So the first is her, and I'm assuming that she's not talking about the same guy because he's a stalker. He is watching her. He's gonna take her. Is what I think I remember. And it's a dark romance. It's. And it also says in genres, dark, spicy, smut, thriller. What did it say? For Icebreaker. For Icebreaker, it says romance, sports, hockey, contemporary, audiobook, enemies to lovers, and spicy. It just says spicy. They had an explicit scene in a taxi with multiple people who did not consent to be in their exhibitionist freaking kinky situation. If you want to do that, again, do that in a place where other people are informed about what you're going to do and probably also enjoy what you're going to do. So on the story graph, the people who have read it correctly warn you in the trigger warnings about toxic pretty much everything that I'm calling out, it does come over in the trigger warnings. Goodreads does not even mention smut in the genres, and you can't touch that as a user, right? Goodreads is fully mentioned by like a team or something. I actually don't know what is happening. Why are they closing the road here? What is that? And with Haunting Adeline, which is more open about the problematic of it all, does say dark romance, dark, spicy, smut. I don't think I ever... Fantasy, enemies to lovers, horror fiction. I am actually starting to develop a theory about how cutesy books are a lot more dangerous than any dark fantasy that explores kinks will ever be. I truly feel that way with what I've read just the last 2 years. I know this is. I'm so sorry. I keep using this as an example, but it's close by. Like this one uses Gilmore Girls as a kind of a template for its characters, which is wholesome and cute. And people use it still as a comfort show, and then they go off. And I'm like, what? Who was not prepared at all? And don't you start about this pumpkin spice cafe, because nothing else about this says that the spice is actually an innuendo. So, I don't know, man. Am I silly? Sometimes. I like being silly. But sometimes it's embarrassing. I had thoughts and feelings once, but now my brain is full of cats. I should do that too. There already been in terrible situations. They broke the games room and their Uber smelled of hormones. Like ew. And I'm happy that it was mentioned and that it. What? Okay, I don't know what's happening, but I'm scared. Hi ho, welcome in. Exactly, wisdom. That is what I'm trying to say. It's almost as if they're doing it on purpose. But that is also difficult to just say like that, because who says that this if it's a woman, because I'm still like convinced this is a woman. I really get Elsie Silver vibes, and Elsie Silver seemed to be promoting Trat wife lifestyle, because she is a very successful, I don't know, what was she, a PA? And she basically gives up her entire career for this rodeo bull rider, who she had to Yeah, actually, wait, he also crossed all her boundaries, and she said, "My job depends on this assignment. Please don't. I know we're attracted to each other, but this is my job. I am your boss. Don't do this." And in that book, Flawless, he also doesn't care about her job, and he listen. I feel some things coming up. I think it's time to just start reading because I'm already upset. Who's the publisher? That's a good question. Simon and Schuster and Elsie Silver. I can see her from here. Piatkus. What the frick is a Piatkus? What is a Piatkus? Hello, Garfield. Cherrypies needs a neo glowing pink and blue sign on the wall behind her that says smart corners. So no, because that would make it even more enticing for bad behavior. This is not at all a smut zone, not at all. This is hey, this is very toxic, and you need to freaking stop it. And I'm going to make sure that people know about it as well. Dang it! I guess the positive is that once I'm stable, and in control of my brain again, and not in a constant state of panic, there's a lot coming up on YouTube. So I guess there's that. Is it the same? No, it's not. No, this is it's a different publisher. But who says they're aware of it? If it's men who wrote it, that means that this is really truly how they experience relationship, and that is so worrying, but also explains a lot. But it's not the fault of these people personally. It's the system that we're in that really shines through. I just wish I'd been a little bit more prepared. I didn't realize this is what we were going to be talking about. I really thought this was going to be a little bit more funny, but alas, we are going into our first sprint. Let's move to the co-working or the writing and reading. I've decided to the less conventional days of streaming. We're just gonna reside in the writing and reading corner of Twitch. And if you are new here and you just came in, I am so sorry, but to make sure that there's no people with bad intentions ruining the mood even further or misconstrue my intentions with this book, which is not to sit here sopping in moisture, but to correct the toxic shit that is coming out of this. That is why I'm here. So for that reason, I have decided to make sure that the people who come in that's a bit loud. Have gotten the feel of the room a little bit, the temperature of the room a little bit, all right? So enjoy your temporary lurk. I'm so sorry if you don't have any bad intentions, but I want to protect everyone who is here, not just me from unnecessary comments, but mostly also you, because I might not notice on time, right? Okay. Normally I do mute myself, but in the name of the readathon, I will not, so you can hear my responses. So please be aware that I might get upset, I might raise my voice, I might have a little bit of a breakdown, but it's okay. I know what I'm doing. I do enjoy being able to talk about this. It's just unfortunate that the way this has been marketed. So let's get some things done. I will put down the mic though, so it's not as loud. I will try to warn you before the alarm goes off, but I've been really into the flow of things, which I hope you will be able to do as well. So, yeah, let's try to get something done today, Danny, because I really failed yesterday, and that's no good. Let me know what you're up to, but if you want to stay in chat, please know that is okay too. Being productive, in my case at least, sometimes includes just keeping myself alive, which is an accomplishment on its own. So don't you worry. Let's be nice to each other and even more so to ourselves and just try to do our best. Good luck, and I'll see you in half an hour. Oh no, I hope it gets better, Lulu. Wait, what do you mean? I forgot to say it out loud, but I have a free version of the ketchup. It's not a packet because it didn't come across. But here is a little bit of a cheeky ketchup bottle instead of a packet, and there's also a free version for just anyone who follows the channel. It's a bit of an inside joke, but you'll catch on. I promise. Spurt you no. Please, don't worry, Lulu. Okay, I'll be here for some time yet. You know, I'm streaming every day until I'm through with this book. Oh God, I forgot what they're talking about. I just saw the word. No, no. Oh, why did I have to start with the? They're talking about. You know the people who work on boats, except it's not boats, but basketballs. I have to be a little bit careful with my language actually, because I noticed something in my analytics, and I think I said the D word a bit too much when it was censored, for no reason at all. That day, I think I got flagged, so I'll try. I'll try, okay? See? Henry knows what's up! Listen, first sentence. I feel like it. Well, what perspective are we in? We were in Nate's perspective, right? Yeah, because he just kind of minimized the fact that he was taking her practice time, and she's training for the Olympics, and he just didn't care. You just didn't care, Nathan. Yes. So he feels like a detective trying to work out where she's going tonight. Stalker is the word the cops would use, Nate. Henry informs me. I've been telling you. I'm praying that she ends up with Henry because that might save the book, but still problematic. Never with them. I'm Jon Snow. I know nothing. Disclaimer. I should probably put that. Stalker confirmed. Wait, let me read the next sentence because I might get surprised. Oh, Henry is just casually shouting it from the other side of the room. This is how aware he is of the behavior of his older friend. God dang it. Nate! I wouldn't even put it past him to know where she's going. He probably asked and she told him. That's how that shit works with them too, isn't it? I'm never gonna get through this book. See what I mean? How it's framed. See what I mean? They're what is this? They're drawing attention to the bad thing, but then they're deflecting and distracting. It would be fascinating if it wasn't as dangerous as this actually is, if it doesn't get corrected, and I don't think it will. You think there's self-awareness, but there's not. Because he doesn't understand it's bad for some reason. No, you are a stalker. See, I sound like a stalker. He says, "No, you are. You are." I'll calm down. I'll calm down. This is gonna be bad. I hate this. I hate everything about this. It's ketchup. It's ketchup. It's a bit unfortunate, I know, but it was the only way I could make clear that it was ketchup at all. It just looked like murder. Fuck. I forgot to do my hair. Forgot to do my hair. And no one even said anything. I mean, I just had my PJs anyway. Um, Drawing attention to something and then immediately distracting from that something is in itself a form of manipulation. It seeds an idea, it could be anything at all, then begins the process of its normalization by reducing the idea to a secondary tier position in the neutral processing chain by diverting to the distraction subject, making that the primary tier position normalization occurs quickly using this type of NLP. This book says, yeah. You know, I think you know exactly what I'm talking about, Wisdom, because I'm not fully able to. The output is still not great, even with help. But I think you can help me out with that a little bit. You're putting it in the words that I wish I had at the moment. Exactly. This is what I mean. And now they're turning it around in a way that makes it seem like she wanted this all along, which is at best Stockholm syndrome. That's really the only explanation I have for the complete 180 she made on him. No! Oh no! Where's Henry? I want Henry back. I do imagine, I don't know if anyone has ever read Donna Tartt's Secret History, but every time I see the name Henry, I think of that Henry, which is not the healthiest character either, but that's the face that I have in my mind. I swear, no, please. Okay. This is probably a bad idea, but I'm actually listen. It was fun. She after Nate uh, did a very manipulative thing. She decided to leave, and he let her. Amazing. But because she was drunk, she was stopped by one of his roommates, JJ, and directed to stay in Henry's room, which is interesting. Not the couch, but to Henry's room. But I guess even the boys know that Henry is actually safe. Because listen to this. It was fun staying in Henry's room. There's a box of essentials like shampoo, wipes, hair ties, and tampons in his bathroom. I asked if an ex had left them, but he said he'd brought them for if a woman ever stayed over. He wanted to ensure that she had everything she might need, especially because women never have their own socks. I'll have you know, I have a pair of underwear and socks in my bag at all times because you never know. You never know. You never know when you might shat yourself reading something like that. Can someone spoiler? Did anyone read this? Can someone tell me? I need to know. I think I'm depending on Henry a little bit too much, and that's gonna end bad. I'm gonna cry. No! The next sentence is that she wishes she had a sister so she could make her marry Henry because he makes my heart burst. I'm regretting the decisions I've made. I'm regretting the decisions I've made. After this, I'm making hot cocoa. The baby horses aren't even outside. It's just bad there overall. This is actually the only realistic thing that's happened so far. Women will do this. We will do this when we have not healed our primal wounds. We will do this. But that is a sign that we are not ready for a relationship. Just so you know, if you exhibit this kind of behavior and awareness that someone is perfect, and that they make you feel happy and cared for, but you still don't choose that person, and instead decide to be toxic, please don't be in a relationship. Don't do it. But then again, if you meet someone like Nathan, it doesn't matter because he doesn't care. They have champagne. Right. Champagne in plastic cups. Okay. Actually, let me. I didn't even clock that. What? Uh. Lola seems to be the kind of person who thrives on the bad kind of chaos, the kind of chaos that hurts people, because she's just excited about everyone being upset. No, he's doing this on purpose. Okay. Hold on. Before I move on, maybe I'm wrong, but let me say out loud. I'm thinking here. So she has made a complete 180. Even though he's apparently for the last week he has disregarded her training schedule, which is brutal to get into the Olympics, right? He has been going over his allotted time for over a week now, which is why she's angry, and he knows this, and she is telling him that. But apparently, if he can find her before midnight, because he likes stalking her, then she'll let him do things to her that I don't want to talk about. So, in order to make sure that he doesn't find her, she organizes a party at his place with his friends so he can go running around LA while she's just at home. Hi, Chungus. I'm sorry, I'm gonna be upset today a little bit, but it's okay. So, party, his place. He's going all over LA until he finally realizes that she is at his place and he is trying to get home before midnight because after midnight, no fun times. He arrives at the party minute after midnight. All his friends popping champagne, literally in plastic cups, though. So gotta balance it out because we're college students. And she wait. No, here. She wants to meet him outside because she's afraid that he's gonna kill one of his friends for not letting him know where she was. But before she can reach him, Summer steps between them. Who is Summer? Summer is a girl. It's not my Summer, not the weather. He looks surprised, even more so than the rest of us. Summer lives in our building with our friends from the Honeypot, which is a club that they frequent. And right now, she's on her tiptoes whispering into Nate's ear. His eyes find mine, and after smirking at me, he winks. She gets jealous. She thinks, at least. JJ, one of the people who helped her organize this, yeah, the honeypot, right? I didn't even want to. I was like, I'm gonna ignore that because okay, on the nose, but whatever. JJ reaches up to scratch the back of his head, confusion etched into the soft lines of his face. He looks to the guys for support, but they're all examining their cups, avoiding eye contact. If this is not, I'm sorry to say, classic male friend group behavior, and I've been consuming some reality TV, Married at First Sight. This is also something that even strangers, men, strangers among themselves, men do. I've seen it happen several times. He clears his throat and looks back at me. Nate has been chasing Summer since freshman year, but she's never taking him on. I don't know what's happening right now. She is upset. I agree, Chungus. She's upset, clearly, because he has been stalking her actively to get her attention, to get her to do things with him. And now he is taking this girl's hand and leading her to his bedroom? She stays up for 10 minutes and then she comes down, but she doesn't look like she just hooked up. He did that on purpose. See what I mean? This is not how you treat each other, right? Kim Jong-un. I feel like it must have been written by a man and they use a female name because they know by now that women prefer to buy books of this kind that were written by women because we know what we like ourselves, right? And if it was written by a man, that explains a lot of the toxicity in it. But it is a lot more complicated than just saying that it's a bad man. It's a patriarchy, basically. They all turn all. I wish they did, man. I really wish they did. Hold on, I'll mark it. Okay, she's going upstairs. Why does he have a code on his door? That's so sus as well. Like, why do you need not just a lock, but like a code to get into your room? Not your apartment, your room in your apartment. Yeah, see, he did it on purpose. I don't know how he managed to do that, but alright, he did it on purpose. He did that to make her jealous. Push and pull. The push and pull. Well, that's why it's a lot more complicated than that, Chungus. But what I mean is that this is covertly showing women how to behave if it was written by a man. And I'm not saying that the man is necessarily aware of the toxicity of what is happening here, but that is what is happening here. It is showing you a template, if you're young especially, of what is supposed to be romantic and cute, and what you should desire as a girl: being stalked, being cornered, have a man completely ignore your future as an Olympic figure ice skater. That's you're not supposed to get angry. It's cute. He gives you a compliment. But for all I know, even if it was written by an author, that man is genuinely convinced that this is how it works because patriarchy taught him that this is how it works. Does it make sense? Just condensed how I would explain it. Even if I decide that I am on the side convinced that this is probably written by a man and just uses a female pseudonym or a pen name and an actual face, actually, because you don't get away with just a pen name anymore. T.S. Eliot doesn't make it any less problematic, but it does show that we really need to talk about consent on a lot of levels, and we need to understand and start to talk at a different level of anger, not towards each other, but towards the whole system that trapped us before we even realized what awareness was, so we can unravel it. Because this is, in that case, the reason why patriarchy isn't just harmful for women, but for men. Because if men truly, genuinely think that this is normal behavior, and women have been conditioned to respond positively to bad behavior, then how are we ever going to have healthy relationships, right? It's such a complicated and layered problem, patriarchy. And when I say it hurts men as well, it's because actually the Bill Burr clip kind of shows it. Because it seems to me that he genuinely thinks that he is not just funny but right. And he isn't. But I can't get angry at him because I can see the psychology of how he thinks. He's just missing a step. It reads as grooming, yeah, manipulation and gaslighting handbook, yeah, it really does. It really does. And you can find warnings that do point towards it, but only 2 people of the 1,200 plus on the story graph who have submitted content warnings clocked the fact that he is an active stalker, despite the fact that they mention it themselves. And the thing is, I thought this would be funny, awkward, cringy. No, I'm so sorry. I guess I'll do my research a little bit better next year. Because I really didn't intend this to become so intense. But now we're here and we gotta get through it. But I hope you know that when I say patriarchy bad, I'm not condemning anyone. No one. Not even the people who exhibit the behavior and believe that it is healthy and normal. Because how are you supposed to know what is healthy and normal if this is what you have been fed your entire life? It's not anyone's fault. Sturm, yes! I'm going to keep streaming until I'm done with this book, which is going to be never. I keep going on a rant. I should have made an emote about that, but alas, I was too busy making a slightly inappropriate ketchup bottle. And it's funny. It's funny. It's funny. I'm laughing. I'm having a good time. I'm a masochist. I know. Which Bill Burr clip? There's a lot of them. I am not familiar with him at all, but Sherlock posted one in the Discord, and actually, I kind of want to maybe unravel that in conjunction with this book at some point. I think that clip shows how problematic the subject of consent is. I really do think we can use that a little bit as a starting point for conversation about the word no, the improper use of the word no, and consent when it comes to sexual relationships. Not the overall consent subject, because it does go deeper than just sex, right? I respect it. Well, that's the point, Storm. It's the point. All right, we'll take a 10-minute break. I'll go over it a little bit again. We're taking a 10-minute break. Even though I've been yapping. This is why I came up with this, because text emos are really easy. I can make those in like half an hour if I put my mind to it. And why half an hour? Because I have trouble making decisions. Okay. Yeah, it's an interesting clip, because I agreed until I realized that he wasn't talking about someone who you are in an established relationship with. He is right if you're talking about an established relationship, I guess. But it's more nuanced than that as well. Like if someone says, no, stop it, and you don't know that person, take it for a no. She's not being coy. She's not playing hard to get. And if she is, you don't want to enable that behavior, because you don't want to put yourself at risk of ending up being accused of rape. Right? No is no. No is no. It's really easy. But if you're in a committed relationship and you have a certain banter and you have a certain rapport, is that the word? I'm not sure. That's what my brain's giving me. Then maybe the stop it is a kind of play that you engage in. Then it makes no sense. How did you end up in a court case about rape if this is an established thing you do with your partner? But it seems that in that clip he is not talking about a partner. He's talking about someone he has met just casually. In that case, the stop it is farting, and which is a survival technique for people who feel extremely in danger, and for that reason resort to placating the person they are afraid of. And I have lived in that state for 30 years until I realized what farting was, and it has put me in a lot of positions that made me feel incredibly dirty. It saved my life, but men are not aware of its existence a lot of the time. It's not really talked of what farting is, but farting is a behavior that people. It looks like a no that is actually a yes, but it's not. It's minimizing the intensity of the fear, in hopes that the person will please back off, I'm begging you, please back off. I don't want to trigger danger. I don't want to make you upset. Because if I say no, I might die. And I that may sound dramatic, but please look at the statistics of femicide and you will know. Listen to women who have tried to say the word no. Think of the stories you may know of me and what happened to me when I tried to make clear that I was not going outside to the middle of nowhere to socialize with strangers in a forest. Right? So that clip is very nuanced, and I feel like consent should not be. And I did also realize that I myself exhibit the no, but I mean, well, I don't mean yes. Because I do that when people donate like gift subs. It makes me highly uncomfortable because I don't like money. I wish I didn't need to accumulate money to survive. I feel like that's incredibly childish that we still work with Monopoly, but that is what I decided to do here. So I'm gonna work on that. I'm gonna work on not saying that. I'm gonna work on not saying the stop it. Even though those who do it here understand we have a rapport, right? You understand that it's the money part that makes me uncomfortable. Most of you will understand that it's the money part that makes me uncomfortable and makes me go like, stop it. I do mean it if you have like a tier 2 or tier 3. God bless you, but oh gosh, you don't need to do that. I am so grateful for your support, just in general, right? And I mean it when I say tier down. You silly geese, if you're tier 2 or tier 3, unless you're doing it for the emo, then you do you boo. Uh, but it took me a long time, and I still get uncomfortable to, for example, not say no, or a variation of no, like stop it, or I don't know. When people subscribe, and I don't think I'll ever get comfortable because I just don't like the concept of money. I don't like the concept of money. It makes me feel disgusting, and it makes me think of all the people who are dying because they don't have this imaginary thing. Anyway, don't want to talk about money today. The point that I'm making is that I do recognize that I say no as well here. And I do mean no, but what I'm saying no to is the whole idea of money to begin with. Your support, I love, so I'm going to try to focus on the support part and not on the monetary part, because it's just, I'm actually getting nauseous just thinking about people giving me money. It's so unreal. I don't understand. But I recognize that. I've been thinking about this. This book is really making me think about a lot of serious subjects, about the mistakes I've made in how I have enabled bad behavior, intentionally or not. That is not the point. The point is that it happened, and that I want to make sure that I don't add to the problem, that I am part of unraveling what is hurting everyone. Because even though women are happily bonding together and planning on building convents and building and communes together, that doesn't mean that we don't long for a partner that we can trust, who will nurture our emotional well-being as well as our physical well-being, and with whom we can be a team. It's just that it has become too apparent with the Rape Academy, the Epstein files, everything that is happening in the world, the fact that we keep bombing innocent people, it's become way too clear that men are dangerous for women. And if we have to choose, can we really blame anyone for choosing to be alive and lonely as opposed to risking a relationship with someone who might kill us someday? Because this is the truth. Even if you have lived with, just think of, oh God, what's his name? What's his first name? Who killed his pregnant wife and 2 daughters because he had a mistress who he wanted to run away with? And that woman had no idea. She had no idea. She was pregnant. She thought that she was in a happy marriage, you know? And on the other side, men are in a loneliness epidemic. And I understand that is very frustrating, but I'm afraid that there's going to be a lot more self-reflection in the future before we can, trust each other again fully, you know? Hi, Gatsu. How are you doing? Over 98% of dollar bills tested in Washington, D.C. have traces of cocaine on them. Yeah, that is, I mean, if only that was the worst. If only that was the worst. In my opinion, all money is blood money. But yeah, there's no way around it. But in order to fix both our problems, the fact that we are now too afraid, even of the men that we thought were safe, and the loneliness epidemic, we really need to start together on our own sides of the line to unravel what it means to live under a patriarchy. but we have to do that ourselves. And we need to be critical of things like this. And no, not unravel again. I've said that word a little bit too much. And see it for what it is. So I'm going to try to up the Haunting Adeline project so I can put it next to this, because I really think that it's going to give us some interesting insights. But I have to survive this first. So I was going to say the readathon is a little bit of a community event. I've never before done anything like this, because I have a lot of trouble celebrating myself or actually putting a spotlight on myself or my accomplishments. I feel very awkward about that. But that's a different story. So the readathon is that's why it's follower only. During the serious focus part of the stream, don't you worry. It's oh, I forgot it again. It's the follower only mode will be turned off at around 3:30 Amsterdam time. So everyone can join in on the conversation that we're gonna have about whatever it is that I find in future pages. I think yeah, I added the temporary lurk part. Readathon, yeah, and I know that I'm missing a letter there, but I kind of decided that I thought it was a lot more fun to actually make it like the sentence reading-a-thon. So that's why I decided to stream every day until I finish this book, so you can actually see me read this book. But on Sunday we will have just a regular catch up. I'm not gonna read on Sunday. Sunday is just chill and we'll talk, and it's gonna be my built-in rest day, I guess. And depending on how far I am in the book, well, we're just gonna keep going. We do keep the normal streams, the schedule, but this is just extra, just for you, all for you, baby. I thought it was literal rat. Someone came, I think it was Dopey actually. I think Dopey came up with rat, and I thought that is rad. I'm gonna steal that. All right, let's go. For the next 30 minutes, I won't be muting myself as I do in our regular streaming. So you can actually hear how upset I get by this book if you're joining me with some kind of work, whether that is making a nice banana bread, which I'm going to do tonight, or maybe you have a hobby you don't make time for. Whatever it is, I invite you to join me for the next 30 minutes to do some focus. If that means just keeping yourself alive, you're valid. But I'm going to put this down so it's not too loud. I hope I can keep an eye on the timer so I can warn you before it goes off and you don't think, bad things are about to happen. But other than that, let's just try to survive the readathon, okay? Good luck. I will see you in 30 minutes. I'm a little bit mad with myself for missing day 1 to 3. Sadly, I've been bedridden for most of the time. Oh, Jungus, are you okay now? Are we drinking water? Let's take a good sip of water. I mean, you can look them back, and the VODs are going to be up on YouTube a week after the original streaming day. So don't you worry. If you want to look back, you can see it. Okay. Same, Katsu. I'm procrastinating. I'm gonna go. I'm actually stressed out. Look, I'm sweating because I'm upset. It's not even hot. Was it nice, Jungus? So what are you doing today, Chungus? Are you just resting? Am I the only one who's not able to get my own badge? Is that what's happening? I'll figure that out later. Oh my gosh. Would it be possible to go to some swimming place to float? That might help you with some of the pressure on your body. It just body. Oh my gosh. Jungus, you should have told me. I want to go to the beach. That sounds nice. That sounds good. See, they're romanticizing making her jealous, which turns into a makeup. You know what I mean? Actively romanticizing emotional manipulation, which I added here just in letters, just to be clear that I remembered immediately. The next, no, 2 paragraphs over, it actively says this is what we've been talking about. There's nothing romantic happen about what's happening, but that is what you're doing. You're romanticizing very bad behavior, and then you're saying that it's not. And Wisdom put it perfectly what this is. Isn't that really, really intense? I don't think I've ever talked to someone who's been in actual open ocean before. Isn't that unimaginable how big waves get? This is on page 133. Wisdom. See, and your after school specials about condoms are not impressive at all. I guess it's nice that you put it in there. I really don't care. Oh, she doesn't want it anyway, so I guess it doesn't matter. Really? I'm so scared of open ocean chungus. I which is sad because I wish I could see the clouds and a full day of sunrise and sunset on open sea at some point, but I don't think it's for me. Going to the beach to let the wind take away your worries is actually a thing in the Netherlands. We don't necessarily go to the beach, but we call it uitwaaien. 20-meter waves, but they are 10 kilometers long, so you can't really tell there's any waves at all. See, I don't know, man. It's so peaceful. I don't know. I'm just a scaredy cat. The thing is, if something goes wrong, Titanic. You know? Oh, I'm a little bit traumatized by that movie. Jack! I can see. Did I... Skip. What? He's so peaceful until freaking Cthulhu! No matter where on the ocean you are never far away from solid land. It just happens to be right underneath you. But aren't there, like, what's the word? Chandu! What's the word of, like, very deep, in the ocean? What is it? Hi, Jibbles. Jibibbles? Jibibbles. Yes, that is it. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. Cavern? Is it cavern? Just holes in the bottom of the trenches. Yeah, that are trenches deeper than we know on actual solid land that isn't flooded. Aren't there places that are so deep that it's humanly impossible to go there? Oh, don't talk about salt at the moment because I'm in a very uncomfortable scene right now. She actually just said, "Don't be gentle. F me like you hate me." If this were in a dark romantasy setting or in a toxic romance setting, anything that warns you for the toxicity of it without needing critical thinking, because this is not a book that you read to think critically. This is one of those books that you read just to not be here for a moment. What are you teaching people? Especially if you market it like this. Cutesy. Abyssal is another word for deep down below the surface of the abyssal. I didn't know about that. But they're still closer than the shore? Really? I don't know about that. I don't know about that, Jungles. Oh no. I wish. I wish. Let's stay away from there, okay? I'm sure that we don't need to go there at all. No need. We should stay away from the ocean just in general because I mean, on the back in small print it says 18 plus, but it's not framed as being extreme, I guess. And again, a lot of preteen people got their hands on this book because it looked like it was marketed towards young people. It's just Sailor Schuer? I'm sorry, I'm too serious. I'm sorry, it's me. Yeah, it's because of this stupid book. It's because of Nathan. Let's just blame Nathan. Nate. Yeah. Okay, ultra branded felt pen. I love that wording. I mean, my hope is on Henry, which is interesting. She rightfully called me out for being jealous. She rightfully called me out for being jealous in the past. So when the opportunity to give her a dose of her own medicine, without actually rejecting her, landed in my lap, I couldn't turn it down. She rightfully called me out. But we're still gonna manipulate her and make her jealous on purpose, even though we're not in a relationship with each other. And before you tricked her into being with you several times, including cornering her at her Olympic practice, she rightfully called me out. But I'm still gonna do it to her as well. It makes no sense. Then nothing of it makes sense. I should really get on that, Jungus, because you're not the first one who wants me to read that. I will try to bump it up. Cruel Intentions? Ooh, it was a good movie, wasn't it? Or did it age really badly, Cruel Intentions? It's a long time since I've seen that movie. See, this is the problem. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Even if she does like you, she was avoiding you. She said that she didn't have time. She's training for the Olympics. And yes, I'm repeating that because they're not putting any attention on that at all, even though it's really important to her. The subliminal messages that are coming through are maddening. Princess Donut? Who is Princess Donut? Oh, from Dungeon Crawler Carl, there's a Princess Donut! Okay, hold on. I'll put it in my basket right now. because I'm afraid I'm gonna need a lot more things to make me happy after this. And I also heard a lot of people talk about it. Wait, how many books are in this series? How many books? What? If there's a Princess Donut, it's gonna be fine though. Is it English, not Czech? English edition. Oh no, that book really traumatized me. Well, my decision to order it. If you, that's good. That's good, Chaukas, because I mean, it's the same with TV shows. If there's only 1 or 2 seasons, it's harder for me to get into it because I know it will end soon, and then I'll have to make decisions again. But I started reading Throne of Glass because I thought this is going to be funny, silly, romantasy, and even if it's kind of serious, it has 8 books or something, and I love longer series. I guess I'm accumulating series because I'm almost at the end of Wheel of Time, and it scares me. It scares me. I can't have it. They're using the good girl thing to I don't know, honestly, I don't know. Don't mind if I do. Wait, why is that? What? I've never heard of this. But I'm gonna trust you and put it on my TBR. Thank you, Juggus. With the context of what else you've already brought up in the book, I really hate hearing the phrase "good girl." Yeah, same. I don't object to like a good girl, good boy, whatever. Like, there's no king shaming at all here. Personal preference may come through. Yes, I have the right to a personal preference, but in the context of everything that's happening here, it is like I'm saying. It's grooming girls to behave in a certain way, and then you'll get praised with good girl. And I'm skimming this scene because I noticed something very interesting, which is that apparently the snake guy is already close to being done, even though he's not even fully inserted. Like, what are, what are we modeling here, people? What are we modeling here? And if she's using her words to already make you come, even though you haven't even started, maybe that's a hint as well. Nate? The phrase itself can be fun, but with context, it's terrible. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I agree. I thank you for making me say that out loud because I'm not judging that at all. But it's just this entire book is just ick. Unless Henry comes to the rescue, he might. But I have no hope. But my life is depending on it. Nope, 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 nope. This book is giving me wrinkles. Don't, don't. So they just had intercourse, and he's about to go out get something. I don't know what. I kiss her forehead and pull a blanket over her, ignoring her frown. I'm about to open this door. Do you want to risk whoever might be standing outside of it seeing you butt ass naked? She shrugs. See, this year has brought so much horrifying news for women about chat groups where men drug and sell their girlfriends, sisters, mothers, aunts, neighbors. Hmm. And I was trying to remember because it's genuinely overwhelming the traumatizing news that has been has finally come to the surface. And one of the things that I've learned is that there is a certain kind of man culture that fosters this kind of behavior. This is this is very upsetting. I want to cry because there's games. Oh, I know this because of oh my god, and it had to do with this book and this subject. Rotten Mango has an episode of a girl who was coerced by I think it was a hockey player actually to go to his hotel room, and after that he invited everyone over to have a go. And there was a court case, and as far as I remember, I might have deleted a lot of this because it was really, really, really upsetting. They filmed her and everything, and she didn't want to be there. She was highly intoxicated. But what it brought to my attention is that there are games that certain cultures, certain men like to do, which is this is one of the things they allow their friends to watch. In fact, there's a whole point system attached to this. You get points for being able to, for example. What is it? I really don't remember because it was really so upsetting. But I guess this is one of them where you leave the door open and have your friends watch while she has no idea. So him casually saying, "Do you want to risk whoever might be standing outside of it?" implies to me that they have done that before. They have looked in on each other's rooms while they're having intercourse with women who are not aware of it. And I guess if you're a guy, if you're a man, you might not be aware of this because it's highly uncomfortable to invest in a subject like this, right? To actually do some research on the Rape Academy, for example. I can imagine that it's highly uncomfortable because if you are a guy, you are included in the group of you are now a dangerous man. Because the thing is, even if you have been confirmed to be safe, right? You have never ever thought about hurting a woman. You would never cross a boundary. You understand that no is no. You don't mess around with that, and you have absolutely no reason to be personally offended by the subject of it's all men until it's no men. And the reason it is all men until it's no men is because you might be confirmed to be safe for those who know you, but the moment you step out your door, any other woman who meets you on the street needs to remember that you might. And until the might is gone for everyone, it is all men. It is all men. And I know this is triggering because I've talked about this subject for a lot of men, to a lot of men, and they don't want to hear it's all men, but it is. If I don't know you, you might kill me. If I don't know, if she doesn't know you, you are part of you are dangerous. We can't be sure anymore. And 26, if anything, 26 has taught us that the world is a lot more dangerous to women all over the world than especially we in the West assumed. It's just better hidden here. In less developed places of the world, at least they're upfront about it, what they do. Here, it's a lot more toxic, I would say. This is actually upsetting me. I'm really, really, really upset now. So, I'm missing we're officially taking a break for a little bit. And then we'll do a power hour. The point of which is to try and reach flow. For me, it's gonna be impossible. I'm too upset, and I want you to know that if you want to actually use the focused time, the power hour, just mute me. You don't need to hear me rant and get upset. I really didn't know this was gonna get this upsetting. I had no clue. I'm so sorry. Wait, what? I don't know what that means. A Welsh word? Blue, what does it mean? I'm not sure what that even means. Oh, okay. To me, it is also outright stating that being seen naked is somehow shameful, which annoys the F out of me again in this context. Yeah. I mean, it is really interesting how nudity, or let me say the female body and its functional nipples are apparently not okay, which is really silly. And I do think that it's our behavior towards having to cover yourself, otherwise you might attract unwanted behavior. It looks at the problem from the wrong perspective. The problem isn't that we have a body that may or not be covered up. That's not the problem. The problem is that there's people who sexualize the body, whether that is male or female. Oh, it's an abbreviation. I'm sorry. I did put that on my TBR, by the way, because I like the title. And after this, I don't think I'm going to have a lot of trouble reading anything. Oh, yeah, I'm going to make hot chocolate. Like, actually, wisdom. I'm going to make some hot chocolate, and I need to pee quite badly. But that sentence, would you have clocked it? Tell me if you would have noticed it. Like, again, I'll read it again because I didn't. I kiss her forehead. Oh, I haven't even gotten my freaking. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I know you can hear me, but this is a little bit more clean, I guess. I kiss her forehead and pull a blanket over her, ignore her frown. I'm about to open this door. Do you want to risk whoever might be standing outside of it seeing you butt-ass naked? She shrugs. I'm going to steal shit from Henry. I'll be back in a minute. Henry is the blah, 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 blah. Would you have noticed that? Because if you're not in those circles, please understand that if you have never heard of Rape Academy or this kind of behavior where men actively invent games to humiliate other women by hiding in closets and being present while a woman is in her most vulnerable state, thinking that she is safe with the guy that she trusts enough to not only undress her but have intercourse with. Surprise! His entire friend group is hiding in his closet, and you have no idea. If you don't know about this is probably because these people are very skilled in finding out who is willing and able and eager to participate in these kinds of criminal acts. Because it's criminal. That probably means that you are safer than your average guy, and that is a compliment. But if you don't know about this, I please inform yourself so you can become an ally in this regard, that you can start making steps towards protecting women, which would, at the end of the day, help you if you're a man or a male. I'm talking in that sense. So we can fix the loneliness epidemic, and if we fix the loneliness epidemic, we'll also fix femicide. Funny how that works, huh? But I'm gonna need everyone's help. Every woman is gonna need help because men just don't listen to women. And women also don't always listen to men. We tend to listen to people we are closest to, both in looks and in gender. So it's not that's not a bad thing, but it's the truth. We need to help each other. Okay. Today's top tip: ranting is healthy. Here's a poem about ranting. Rant about the nudity. Rant about the boats. Rant about the lining in Canadian winter coats. Oh, that's pretty. Rant about the pigeon. No, love the pigeon. Delete the pigeon. Pigeons are. We trained them to love us, and then we just discarded them, and now we call them rats. It's really sad. I love pigeons. Pigeons are really cute. And goats too. Don't rant about goats unless it's a good rant. Are we talking good rants and bad rants, or just bad rants? Rant about the poltergeist that makes the table float. I accidentally listened to a morbid episode that talked about ghosts, and as much as I don't want to believe in ghosts, I do have fear of ghosts. Does anyone have that? Like, I don't necessarily believe in like ghosts. Energy, yes, but ghosts, I don't know. I'm not sure. So why do I find myself being scared of them when it's dark? Goat blue. Goat blue. I need to find out which author decided to describe someone's eyes as goat blue, because I will never forget about that, but I don't remember where it came from, which is sad. You can rant about pigeons while defending them. Yes. We should protect pigeons. Pigeons, really, truly, they're really smart and they're really cute. And the fact that if they're dirty in a city, that says more about your city than about the animal. Because I recently realized that a lot of street kitties in Japan are extremely clean. Actual stray cats are just clean. And if you look at stray cats here in a city, it's like, yeah, you're a stray. You're dirty. In fact, when I got Toos, she had been in the shelter for at least a few weeks. I got her when she was 6 months, and her paws were still not completely clean. It took a few months for her paws to completely lose all the tar of like the road and cars that she probably hid in. So yeah, if you think the pigeons are dirty, clean up the city. Does an example rant on the pigeon for pretending to be an Air Force gunnery sergeant when it's clearly just a pigeon. Just a pigeon! It's never just a pigeon. Never. They're cute! I promise! I don't believe in supernatural stuff either, but there has been a few instances during my life that really blew. Ooh, do you care? Do you care to share an experience or two? See, I do love to listen to it, but not when I'm unprepared, and I wasn't prepared. The episode was called blah blah. I don't know. I just remember the name Sally. The rest I really don't know. But it was about ghosts, and I didn't realize. And the thing that freaked me out was they started talking about the baby room. The baby room had dolls, and the dolls were suddenly in the middle of the room, in a circle, but they were looking outside, not to each other. My soul left my body in the middle of the street. Like let me tell you. Maybe that's why I cried when I came back home yesterday. And because I forgot to look for cupcakes. I was very overwhelmed. I don't want to go outside until I'm done with the readathon because it's too much. It's too much. This book is too upsetting. But I will persevere! Okay, let's go into a power hour. The goal of which is to try and practice flow. So, if you're here to actually get something done, please feel free to just mute me because normally I do mute myself during these periods. So we can practice flow because your attention span has been robbed from you, and it's about time we reclaim the power over our own attention. And but the power hour helps you to practice it. Now, the practice isn't actually in the doing of the task. The practice is starting it. As you may notice from my own personal behavior, I tend to procrastinate every once in a while. The starting is often the hardest part. So that is what we will be practicing. The focus, trust me, your stamina will grow. But the starting of a task, that is where we often stumble. So I will put down my my mic. I will mute myself for a little bit because I'm not kidding. I need chocolate. I need chocolate. I need comfort. And I'll go pee and I'll be right back and turn back on the mic. But until then, let's try to get some things done. Good luck. If you want to keep each other company in chat, that would be lovely. And I will see you in an hour. back. I'm gonna give my cat spanks. Wait, hot cocktails? What? What is a hot cocktail? This is Toulouse. And she likes to be spanked. See, no kink shaming here. I don't want to be spanked, but I don't know. It's very tiring though. I was on a beach near Stewart, Florida, just after dusk when still some light in the sky, just enough so you could make out the details and also see the stars. I had taken a course in celestial navigation and oh cool. Don't eat that. And one of the stars mentioned was Zubin Janubi. I'm sorry. That sounds like that sounds like The Sims. I'm sorry. Oh, she also needs water. I guess I'll have to go get her water. Someone standing next to me who I had not noticed pointed to the sky and said, "That one is Zubin Janubi." I turned to thank them and there was no one there, not even any footprints in the sand. Oh my gosh, Blue. Who do you think it was? Tap 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 tap. Should I just try to do something with words instead of I was going to try and make a something like this one, but it doesn't fit. She's drinking herself. Good girl. Well done. You would tell me if the world is ending, right? I'm depending on you for that. I mean, Millie, you ruined it, actually, with that one. How are we ever going to have an emote that is more perfect than Winston's butt? That's it. It's peak. Okay, I can do this. I can do this. I can do this. I can do this. Yes. Let's do that. Every sentence it just triggers me at the moment. My gosh. And wonder which one of those stars is Zubin Janubi. I love that word. I love that word. No, I'm not kidding, Millie. This is, or are you laughing about, this is clearly some type of sorcery? It was probably the spell that opened the portal in Miami, allowing 8-foot aliens to come through and purchase all the rare Nintendo cartridges. Stop these shenanigans. Maybe they stole all the Lego. We peaked too early. Yes, we did. It's just downhill from here, clearly. Because I'm reading Icebreaker on the internets, where it will be forever, whether I want it or not. Oh, okay. Ik moet even denken. Ik weet niet hoe ik het moet zeggen. Laat maar. So this but emote would kind of blend into the background if you have dark mode on. Yeah, so I would have to make it with an outline and stuff, which is not too difficult. It's just I don't know. I don't think it would fit in one emote, and I don't know how to make two. I just got into doing it myself to begin with, so I might be making it a little bit too difficult for myself. No, I know. I'm sorry, Millie. It's just listen. He calls feminine hygiene projects. I mean, that's not entirely wrong, but I meant the products. He calls them girl shit. Like, how am I supposed to deal with this man? That's not a man. This is a boy. How am I supposed to deal with this boy? I think Denmark stole all the Legos. They sold it all back, took it home, and repurposed it as windmills on account of. No, seriously, where is it solved? Or because that case is wild. Wait, what? Yes, please, Jungus. What are you doing? Don't gatekeep. Gimme, and everyone else. Is it an Irish hot cocoa? I mean, it's technically not wrong because there are feminine hygiene projects. There are, but that's not what we're talking about. And if Nate is not going to be on them, no. If anyone is going to do that, it's going to be Henry because Henry has this stuff already. And it's fascinating to me that everyone keeps being surprised that Henry knows how to seduce girls. Why? He's the only one who is interesting and normal and considerate. Self-care. Yeah, actually, Chungus, maybe in all of them. In every channel, just here. Wherever you are in life, here's a recipe for a hot cocoa alcoholic beverage. Cocktail. I can feel my brain cells dying when I read this. Oh my god, I didn't even realize. Oh my god, I'm gonna sound like a conspiracy theorist. I thought I was gonna be able to move on. I just told you about the whole problem about the sentence, I'm about to open this door, do you want to risk whoever might be standing outside of it seeing you butt ass naked? Which, to me, implies that this happens and that he hasn't punished his supposed friends who do this severely enough to make sure that he can just open his door without having to worry that some man is trying to listen in on sounds that this girl might be making, if you know what I mean. And I stopped reading there, but guess what? Next paragraph! Henry is the MVP tonight, and I think I'll be going to Target tomorrow to buy a box of girl shit. Because Henry has a whole care package, right? Just in case. I punch in all the zeros and stroll through, because he has a freaking electronic lock on his room, getting the shock of my life when Henry is in his boxers making out with a half-naked girl on his bed. I'm losing faith. Thank you so much, Dungus. I might even be convinced to go outside. Do you see my problem here? And apparently the girl is also just not phased at all. Not even trying to cover herself up. It's all good. It's all normal. It's just okay. Wait, he doesn't even ask for permission to go into the room. He just walks on through. opening the door naked to food delivery drivers has become a social media thing? Wait, what? What do you mean? I'm afraid I'm afraid I'm gonna have to spend some time on threats again because it taught me a lot about what has been normalized. I promise you, and it's really scary. You will tell me if the world is ending, right? There's a lot of police coming by. That's kind of scary. Like a lot more than usual. Yeah, you're right. Wisdom. I should just keep reading books because we're doomed. We're just doomed. Yeah, probably, Kyle. I wouldn't blame them. I'm trying to make people aware of the toxicity of the patriarchy, and that's no good. Oh, I wouldn't be surprised. I've said that word so many times now. I wouldn't be surprised if that will reflect in my analytics now. I don't know, really. I don't know. That's what I'm saying. You will tell me if the world is ending, right? My stash house? Nah, nah. You need a portal. Oh right, he just barged in, and now the girl is gone. No, Nate. Nate feels threatened by Henry. He's telling her that you're not allowed to talk to Henry anymore. You can't. He's bagging too many girls who are actually willing, who actually come to my room on their own accord, and I don't have to corner them at their job. Ha, ha. The way I would laugh in his face and probably die. Stash with old books. Shh! Don't talk about my stash of old books. The big box of books. This book is so weird. And I think it's moments like these where he's washing her hair that distract you from all the bad things that are going on. I really think that's what, because honestly, this is, I recognize this in a cuter package from toxic relationships. This is how I was treated in a different version, but like in its core, it comes down to the same thing. You're being treated horribly, and gaslit, but then you get flowers and everything is fine, right? That's kind of what's happening here constantly. getting dark again. I'm sorry. Juice. Why? Oh no, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. I'm sorry. I can't be angry. Hello, coziest? Oh, coziest. Hi, thanks so much for the follow. Welcome in. See, he doesn't take her seriously. She is complaining about the fact that he gave her hickeys. Which, if you don't want hickeys, you don't want freaking hickeys. Aside from the fact that it could be dangerous. She doesn't want it, and she's angry. So she lets him know that this is look at it. Don't do it. And his response is, "I'll buy you a scarf when I go to Target." Don't stop being dramatic. Stop being dramatic. If you hand me a scarf, I will strangle you with it. I shoot back, unraveling my towel to dry myself because she just got out of the shower where he washed her hair. Very romantically. I have to teach kids in the morning. Didn't even realize that aside from training for the Olympics, or I forgot that she also has an actual job. Like, she is actually busy. She's not making up excuses when she says, I don't want a relationship. I'm busy. Anyway, I have to teach kids this morning. Do you know what kids notice? Absolutely everything. You are so full of rage for someone so small and cute. He teases, kissing the ugly marks on my neck. We're gonna be here until Christmas. I'm gonna be reading this book until Christmas. I will never get through this. No. Why? Hi, Schooljack. Good to see you. It sounds like it's time to me. I would say give me that scarf then. I dare you. Get me the scarf. you brought up the scarf, and I'm warning you. Wait, I have to. Oh my God, Nicolas Cage. Yes, I need a Nicolas Cage. Anything. At some point I would just stop reading this because it is so bad. Yes, but you are a reader. I'm assuming an actual reader, but I'm a librarian, and I am. Just decided to loaf on my hot water bottle because it got too cold, so I forgot to heat it. But because the painkillers are latching, so now anyway. I am reading this for work, sort of, kind of, even though, you know, this is one of the funnest jobs in the world, and calling it work is a bit silly. I am working on making this the thing that makes my rent that pays my rent, you know. That's why I started YouTube, and that's really the point for me selfishly. I want to help people, but why I do that is through books. And if someone asks me for a book to read, I want to be able to give titles that are appropriate. So I will read in genres that may not be what I actually love to read, but I read them for research, and it's not a joke. And reading this because it was controversial for a specific reason. And I thought it would be funny to use this as the first book for a readathon, which I should have done more research. But because it was supposed to be smut and funny and ridiculous and just silly. The controversy was the cover implies cute cutesy, right? But actually, there are quite a few explicit scenes in there, which was supposed to be the funny part, right? Unfortunately, I'm finding that the problematic thing about this book is not nearly the cover. It's really a lot of other things. Hold on, what is happening? This is too dark. Oh, a little bit of light. I don't want to turn on light. So I'm reading this not because I for fun. I'm reading this for work. When I was a librarian, I would also read books that I didn't necessarily enjoy, but I needed to be able to have an informed opinion on. Plus, you never know. You never know that what a book might be trying to teach you. It could be, I don't think, it could be that at the end of this book, we find that Anastasia realizes that he is toxic. If only because he doesn't respect the fact that she is actively on her way to the Olympics. If only for that reason. But there's a lot more wrong with him than that. And she ends up dating someone else because there is a character that is a lot less problematic. So for that reason, I personally also don't like DNFing a book, because you don't know until you have finished the book. Sometimes people DNF a book before they realize, or before they get to the point where the author actually teaches you what was wrong with what you read previously, or it gives you the clue that ties it all together, right? But if you're just a reader, and if you are, I'm so proud of you, and it's not just, but in this context, then yes, please DNF a book. But I would ask you to not give it a rating if you didn't finish a book, because you don't know. You don't have an actually informed opinion. You have an opinion on a chunk of it. And you should not give a rating to a book that you did not finish. It's not fair, because your reason for not finishing the book will influence other people who may have had use from that book, right? Unless there's a moral or an ethical reason that you quit the book, I can think of a few instances, not titles, but instances where I could have DNF'd this sooner. But I am not reading this for fun. I am reading this so I can inform other people and have an informed opinion and have a conversation about why this is problematic with my own research, and not because I heard someone else give an opinion that may have been uninformed as well, because they got too tired of the toxicity and decided to just throw it away. I don't know what is going to happen in the rest of this book. I don't know if he may be called out. I don't know if he goes into therapy. All of these things are still possible. Don't think it will happen, but it's still possible that they will remedy some of the toxicity. But yes, if you don't enjoy a book in real life, put it away. Don't give yourself the school treatment. Books are supposed to be fun. But I'm reading this because it's problematic. Because it's problematic. But are you a librarian? Okay, good. Because I know people do this, and I really don't like it when people give a rating to a book they didn't finish. Even if the book is one you have been trying to read for decades but can't get past the second chapter. What are you talking about, Blue? The thing is, sometimes a book, you're just not ready for a book. Hi, Jibibbles. How are you doing? Welcome in. This is using the hot water bottle as a comfy pillow, whereas Winston would use the hot water bottle as a hovercraft. Accurate. So yeah, I guess that makes it clear. I'm not reading this because I want to have fun. I always knew I was going to be uncomfortable, but I thought the uncomfortableness was going to be about the controversy around this book, which is parents bought this for their children. And I say children because I'm talking preteens, because they thought it was a cute book about hockey. It's not. It's not about hockey. So young children were exposed to explicit scenes, and the conversations that were going on online were about, should this cover have been different? Should the explicit warning, which is present on the back and on the first page, been more clear? So on the front cover, instead of above the barcode where no one bothers to look. And I agree with that. But that is why I got into this book. I wanted to see how explicit does it get. Because when I was working at the library and I started reading 50 Shades to find out what was going on so I could inform other people on it, I realized it's not exactly what the conversation around this book prepared me for. It really wasn't, and that's why I want to have an informed opinion instead of a parroted opinion. I want to read it myself. But you never know. You never know. So it really takes a lot for me to not read a book, or to not finish a book. But I fear that I would probably have DNF'd this if it wasn't for the fact that it's not a personal read. It's for stream. Not only is it not about hockey, there's also a big goofy dog character. Okay. Wait, what? Who? And sometimes you're just not ready for a book, Blue. There are a few books that I tried to read at different times of my life, and I just wasn't ready for Swan's Way, for example. I had to try 3 times before I got into it. Why do people not look at the back covers? Reading the summation of the back has convinced me enough to read a number of books that I actually enjoyed. Yeah, but the warning about the fact that it's explicit is in tiny little letters here. Not here. If you read this, you think this is a cute romance. This is not a place where people look. Opening the book and the page directly after, really, this one? No one looks at this. No one is going to read this. So this should have been here, even if it was that small. It should have been on the front, because this looks like a cute teenage, not even young adult, teenage, preteen book. Nothing about this says explicit scenes in the back of a taxi while your friends are present and have not given consent that you are getting each other off. Right? That does you can't see this on the cover. You also can't read it here. If you go to Goodreads, it doesn't warn you enough about the fact that it's smut. And if you go to Haunting Adeline, the smut tag does exist on Goodreads, but it's not given to this book. See the problem? The thing is, what I'm finding is that the cover is the least of the problems of this book. The problem of this book is consent. On all levels. Toxic friendships, a man stalking her, which is not talked about at all in conventional conversation. And of the 1,200 plus people who have given trigger warnings on the story graph, only 2 people that clicked on stalking, which is a big component, the only component that she even gets in the same room as him, because he actively stalks her. I started reading this because I thought it would be funny, because I don't like explicit scenes. It makes me uncomfortable. I don't need to be there. If you like reading that stuff, you do you, but it's not for me. That's why I decided to pick this up, because I thought it would be funny. I had no clue that I would be so upset, because it's actually toxic. It's actually dangerous. This is teaching young girls a lot of bad behavior, and because young girls are taught to allow this behavior, young boys are taught that they can get away with bad behavior. It's just a clusterfuck. I think that's the word that I'm looking for. It's bad. It's bad. So, for me, building my life on books, it's vital for me to now finish this, because I need to be sure that my opinion on it is accurate. What do you avoid? What do you avoid? Was it rain? Because if it's smut, nothing about this book, or its description, or its genre tags would have warned you for the fact that it is explicit, as explicit as it is. Nothing. I promise you. That's why it's so disturbing. I am telling you, every freaking sentence. um, nothing would have warned you. So even though yes, the parents that bought this for their young children were in the wrong, they should have done a little bit more research. If you go to the conventional place, which is Goodreads, you probably wouldn't have been made aware of the actual smut of it all, because it doesn't tag smut on Goodreads. You really have to go into research mode to find out that it's really explicit. So you couldn't have. And there's a few more books that do it, because it's really common in contemporary fiction, and especially romance, where they just hide away very explicit things. When it comes to that, romantasy is a lot more honest about its intentions. Romance, however, very toxic, very very toxic, and I've got my work cut out for me, because I really do want to do some more research on this, and read more books that are marketed as being this is romantic, but actually you're teaching people to be not just toxic, but like dangerous, actually dangerous, criminal behavior. Stalking is criminal after all. So she has to go to her job. She's angry about the hickeys. He just doesn't listen to her at all and calls her dramatic for not wanting hickeys, which is absurd. Consent, people, consent. I don't want hickeys. Don't be dramatic. Okay, fine. So she's working to become an Olympic winner, I guess, and she has to go to her job though, and he is now telling her to quit. It's not funny. It's not funny in the context of this entire book. It's not funny. Yeah, it's a problem, right? It's really a problem. But in this case, I feel like they used that to hide the fact that this book is really upsetting if you're aware of what is happening. But the thing is, a lot of people won't recognize this behavior as bad, because a lot of media teaches us to romanticize stalking, for example. So it's a complicated topic, but I'm stumbling upon things that are really catching me off guard, because they go so much deeper. If you know a little bit about just a little bit about true crime, a little bit about psychology, and the dangers of certain dynamics in relationships, this is highly disturbing, truly. Hi Riku, how are you doing? Yeah, yeah, you're right, Wisdom. It's once I'm through this, I'll be able to cling to the fascinating part of it a little bit more. But now I'm in the middle of it still. It's just upsetting, man. It just keeps getting worse. I think I don't know how, but it just keeps getting worse. Tadeo. The Police had a song many decades ago that apparently was received as romantic, but it was actually more about a group stalking song. Oh wait, are you talking about the Blurred Line song? Because that was kind of interesting. We haven't. It's just. It became more covert today. It has been packaged better and it's been marketed really well, and it's. If I remove myself completely from being human, fascinating. But I am human and I am a woman, so the primary victim of all of this, and that it's not cool, man. Really? Wait, no, but that was about Biggie. That song is about Biggie, right? But oh gosh, who wrote that? Was it Diddy? Diddy's in there, right? I thought it was about Biggie. I don't know. I don't know. Wait. God, fuck's sake. I'll do it later. Right, Rico? Sometimes I just don't wanna be human. I wanna be a fairy. I wanna be a fairy. Can I pick you up from work? This is a text message thingy. No. Should be enough, but okay. No need. I'll get an Uber. No. Nate, that makes no sense. Let me pick you up. No, you make no sense. I said no. Nate, only because you effed my brains out. And she is like, for fuck's sake. And then he gives a time and she's like, yeah, sure. Don't be late. She said no. No, I don't want to be human anymore. I don't like it at all. I do not like it at all. Out of context, not too worrisome. In context of the entire what happened before, this is not okay. He just does not respect any of her boundaries at all. She doesn't need to have a reason. Even if she is not going to do anything at all after work, if she planned in, scheduled in, because she needs to, because she's working to go to the freaking Olympics. If she just wants to be on her own, no. How do you accidentally set a friend on fire? How do you... Oh, even worse. He dropped her off at her job, where he already asked if they could hang out later, and she checks her schedule and she says no, busy. And he continues to text her, "Can I pick you up?" Even though in the previous text messages he's asking other days. What about Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday? And no, busy. He busy. And eventually he manages to get her in his car anyway, by picking her up, even though she also said no to that. Oh, he's stealing her planner. Okay. Why would you joke about taking my planner? Anastasia asking Nate, and Nate says, because that thing is ruining my week. That thing that has her schedule that makes sure that she is trained to go to the Olympics. That thing is ruining his week. What do you mean, why are you so busy? I swear to freaking God, I will never get through this book. What could you possibly be doing that means you don't have any time for me? Training for the Olympics, baby? I don't know. I hope the whole world can hear me. I'm so sorry. I cannot. I wanna roar again. Oh, his car smells like formaldehyde. I will try to keep. This is why I put it there and not keep it in my ear because hormones and bittersweet bitterness with a twang of caviar. Oh, he is a nepo baby apparently, which is probably why he doesn't understand the concept of people wanting to work for their lives. You know. Decisions. After I finish this book, every book will read like a fairy tale. Every book will read like a fairy tale, and everything will be fine. There will be flowers. There will be flowers. Speaking of which, I need flowers. I think I need flowers. I think this will be better. I am trying not to scream in your ears, but I really want to. Oh my god. I am telling you, every page. Yeet the book into the pond. More like Blue. I want to destroy this entire book. Oh my god, I've never had that compulsion. I've thrown a book, but I've never wanted to actually destroy a book. Do you need water? I'm okay, too. I'm okay. I promise. I'm just a little bit upset. I'll be fine. I'll just throw up or something. She needs water. I'll be right back. I'm back. Wait, how did you know? Today, I was literally thinking I am gonna need to scream in a pillow. Okay, I will take that as a sign to have a designated scream pillow. I mean, I can already visualize it. Yeah, right, Drew? I need something to make me happy, and it's not gonna be this book. Can you imagine that this is sold as something as like porn for women? But what are you teaching women? Like, actually. So would only shred it. What? Oh, and refurnish it as a parachute for his what? Orange Cat Special Forces. He's such a baby. He would love to. He has dreams of being feral, but he really isn't. He really isn't. Subservient? Yeah, at the very least, Rain. At the very least, it's baffling. It's just baffling. This entire book. I don't even need to add the rest because that should be like implied. How she's just giving in to him even though she's had said no, how he still finds ways to get a yes out of her. Just forgetting that she's training for the Olympics, that's madness. That's madness. I suppose if it is to support your lifelong dreams, I could probably find a way to be okay with it. When did you start having such a meticulously planned lifestyle? I'm so sorry, but I feel like if you're in a school that facilitates ice hockey and ice skating, you're probably aware of the fact that people who do figure skating, most of the time they start when they're children. So what do you mean? When did you start having such a meticulously planned lifestyle? She literally rejected you, saying exactly this. That's why she doesn't want to be in a relationship with you. She has made this very clear, on like page 20. That's I don't know which page, but like she actually told him, "I am too busy. I don't want to be in a relationship. I'm working to get into." What do you mean? Dreams of being feral, a novel by Winston the Cat. Yeah, he wants to be so bad, but he isn't. He isn't. He's too adorable. The way he squeaks, god dang it, can't say angry. Tangy! You left a wait. To think I was so hopeful. I was so hopeful when I started out this book. Actually, I was really hopeful. I really wanted it to be controversial for silly reasons, but alas, it was a distraction. I think I need a fresh mind for this because something about this scene is highly triggering, and I'm not sure what. Oh, I can mark that though. trying to set this up as she's adopted? And it seems something about this makes me feel like they're going to do an Elsie Silver. Please don't. It feels like they're setting this up as I did it for my adoptive parents. I don't want to disappoint them. I always thought, she says in the past tense, right? I felt this crushing pressure, which now as an adult I realize was severe anxiety. But I love skating so much, and I wanted to be the best for them. Like, she does say the love, but that's the thing. There's distraction here going on, and there's confirmation of good behavior, but and I wanted to be the best for them. His fingers thread between mine. I thought they wouldn't want me anymore if I failed. And this is happening in the same conversation about where he apparently forgot that she's training for the Olympics, with which I'm trying to say I'm so confused and upset because there's also something else happening here that I need to read that again when I'm not already upset. Are they setting it up as in she isn't training this obsessively for the Olympics, but because she's afraid she will disappoint her adoptive parents, which sure, that happens, but it's the context of the rest of the book that is upsetting to me. But I will refrain from having can we hello? How did that work? I literally wrote the same thing. Never mind. First off, if I respond a bit feisty to you, unless you're trying to get a feisty response and it's cohesive with what you said, I'm probably not upset at you. Okay, just so you know, I'm triggered in a sense by some of the behavior. But what is going on in my mind is mostly all the people who were exposed to this and didn't catch on the toxicity of it all. Who thought this is romance, this is what I want, this is how I should be treated, and this is how I should treat myself. And how others should treat me. Like, actually, not just romantic partners or stalkers or your best friends even. Nothing about this is okay. And Henry is the best character so far, a side character. But even he is not always... But just so you know, it's the book. You'll know if it's actually for you, my anger and frustration. But it's the book. It's the book. Has anyone present at the moment read Icebreaker or heard of this? And if you have just heard of of something, I would like to know as well. What have you heard? What has the conversation been? What has the attention been? Because for me, the intention of this book was the cover should have been more explicit. The warning should have been more obvious, and not the fact that this is horrendous. It's horrendous. And yeah, sure, these instances out of context and in a healthy relationship would not be toxic, but they're not separate from the story. They're not separate instances. They're adding up. In the context of this book, none of this is okay. Really, none of it. I want to go back to Icebreaker on Goodreads real quick. I mean, I see myself and I can't be angry as angry if I see myself. See, it works. I'll probably keep it on until I go lie down to sleep, to have my first sleep. But god dang. Hello, Oats, Peas, and Beans. That's a great name. Welcome in. Thank you so much for the follow. How are you doing? Follower only mode has been removed. Oh. And we will sojourn to the just chatting. Thanky, are you sure? Are you sure? Don't you just want to be here? How's work? How's work? Have you caught up a little bit? Are you okay? Are we drinking water? I did not accomplish any of my goals today, aside from staying alive. Hey, chocolate, yes. I have my hot cocoa. I'm gonna look at the recipe that was it Chungus shared with us over on Discord in the I think it was the self care. If anything, I'm more behind, but it's going to be what I. But it's going to be what it's going to be. The world won't end probably, and even if it did, I'd get a new world. That sounds very mysterious, Tengi. Yes, I said that we need to calm down from this book. We need some tools, to bring back some calmness and serenity and joy. I think that would be good. So put on your flower crown. I know it's not Sunday, but maybe I should just keep wearing a flower crown from now on. The thing is, I don't have many. I just have three that I feel comfortable with for longer periods of time. Other ones hurt my head. I'm going to try to find a pillow to designate to be a scream pillow. Scotty's reprieve and Scotty's solace. That's perfect. That's perfect. About the projects maybe not looking or ending up the way they're supposed to, or you imagined them to go. I mean, you work for yourself, right? Right, Thingy? Um, I have been exposed to content recently that is showing, I feel like, a return to a more honest internet. I don't know about you, because, algorithms and stuff and bots that think that they know better. Okay, so this might interest you as well. I am seeing a lot of people, especially those who have been in the World Wide Web for some time now, that there is a craving for a return to authenticity and more raw content, and especially having projects shown in a more unpolished light, because that's life, right? It's life. We're messy and we make mistakes and we're flawed, and social media and the pressure to be perfect is really starting to get old. Ironically, it's starting to get old, and it seems to me that young and old are trying very hard to be less perfect, to allow life and projects themselves to grow into what it wants to be, rather than what we think will be profitable, mostly. So maybe that's not a problem. Maybe it's a good thing. I mean, if you set a deadline for yourself, I feel you if you don't manage it. And I understand also the pressure of bills and stuff. Yes, that goes on. But I hope you know that maybe as Bob Ross would say, we don't make mistakes. We only have happy accidents, right? Right! I feel the problem is I showed them the raw, unpolished version 3 months ago. Oh. So, it's time for something new. I don't know. I don't know what you're doing, Singy. You're being mysterious. And that's nice too. But well, you said it as well. And if I did, I'd get a new world. I guess I wanted to add that I think that's not bad. I really don't think that's bad. And that goes for everyone. If you're trying to be perfect, or if you think that you need to be perfect to share your craft or your life, no, actually no. I think that we're really ready for more honesty, and we need more honesty. 36 people beating me. Beating me? I'm telling you, this book is breaking my brain. I'm telling you, just 10% of the thoughts that are going through my mind when I read this stupid book. Anyway, hi, White Seer Gaming. How are you doing? Welcome in for the finished article. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Yeah. Do you want me to talk to them? I would rather not, but no, please don't make me talk to people. I tried that yesterday after stream, and I had a genuine panic attack when I got home. So no more going outside for me, as long as the readathon lasts, if I can help it. I can totally get them in here. No, please don't. No, I'm joking. I'm not in the mindset. And on another day, I wouldn't mind. I don't mind practicing my teacher voice. It's been out of use for quite some time, but maybe not today. Not today. I'll probably start talking about like consent and stalking because that's what's on my mind. Oh my god! But it's so important that I finish this book. It's just gonna be a little bit longer, which is good news for you because I will be streaming every day until I finish this book. I don't know how to go about this. There's also just I'm being confronted with my own desire for perfectionism right now. Hold on, let me just process and try to internalize my own advice. Oh, Cherry will be streaming every day until she explodes with fury. The good news is on Sunday, I'm not changing the general schedule. Like we will spend the time streaming in the same way as usual. Well, in the same places as usual. But you know, the rules of the game have changed slightly during the readathon, being unmuted and streaming every day instead of just for 4 days a week. But on Sunday we'll just have a chat. I won't be reading. We'll just have a just chatting session, and I will take a break from this freaking book for just one day, and then we'll continue with the official readathon on Monday. Is that okay? Am I allowed to take Sunday off? I fear I will explode if I don't. I was already planning on doing that. I wasn't planning on reading on Sunday. I was just planning on having a chat, and maybe we've thought about some of the subjects that come by a little bit more. Hopefully we'll have a few answers, because at this rate you see, I didn't even say out loud what my worry was, and I'm not gonna now either. I will when we're done, but I fear that that jinxing is as strong as your thoughts. I'm afraid that the thing I thought and I refuse to say until we're done with the readathon, I feared that was enough for the universe to be like, oh, is that so? you think you can do that? We'll see if that's gonna work out for you. But I I wanted this. I wanted to be distracted from my own life for some time in June, and it's working. At the moment, I'm reading about 25 pages a day, so I'm on page 150. We have 300 and 400. I keep saying 300 because my brain just... 430 pages. How long will I be here? Oh my god. Oh, blasphemy! What is blasphemy, Danny? Chuck Norris? Or exploding with fury? I don't think Twitch will allow me to do that. Not that it matters once I've exploded. If I get banned, that's really not my problem anymore. It's a fun thing. It's like watching a chick wrestle during burp after eating too many apps. I'll have you know, I do think, like, after stream yesterday as well, like, that's not why I had a panic attack. I genuinely think that I, personally, separate, I'm still a little bit funny. I'm just sorry that the subjects are quite more serious than I intended them to be. I really just wanted to have some giggles and be awkward, but alas, we're learning about consent. And the thing is, I'm also reading, and I've said this a few times before, the Throne of Glass series. And I did this on accident. Apparently, Sarah J. Maas is my summer author. I don't know. And I am on book 2 of the Throne of Glass series. I read the Akutar series in its entirety 2 years ago, and it was an experience. It was an experience. It's romantasy, right? Which has a bit of a bad name. It seems to me that a lot of people are very quick to think about smutty things because of Akatar a little bit. When romantasy is mentioned, more so than romance. It seems to me that people think about explicit scenes immediately when romantasy is mentioned, and not so much when it comes to Icebreaker. And this shows in when you go to Goodreads and you realize that this has the smut tag. Wait, I actually don't know for this one. I'm confusing 2 books. God dang it. All right. Well, because there's 36 people that I don't want to talk to. How do I do this again? I don't know. There you go. Giggles and growth. GG, Avatar is a champion of smut. Even it should have had Charlie Sheen in it. Well, it was them. He wanted it. He comes in asking to be put in the corner. So there you go. Here, have some ketchup. Hold on. I have to check something first. Before I say something that isn't true. Okay, let me think. Let me open up Haunting Adeline again. And actually, I also want to open up the Pumpkin Spice Cafe. I just want to compare a few genre tags on Goodreads. Oh my god. Okay, so it's a good thing that I do get this. I loved this premise. It takes inspiration from the characters of Gilmore Girls, and it speaks to me personally. I would also love to run away to a Stars Hollow and open my own coffee shop, Dutch or otherwise. And it looks adorable. It looks cute. Yeah, let me tell you that it takes a turn. It takes a serious turn into explicit things that I was not prepared for at all. Because I don't think that the word spice should always immediately be correlated with smut. It just shouldn't. Let's not do that, okay? There's other words. Let's not do that. But if you go to Goodreads and you look at the genres this shows up in, it says romance, fiction, contemporary, cozy, contemporary romance, book club, adult, mystery, and chick lit. Now, there is a book called Haunting Adeline, which is, it's known. It's known and it's out there that this is toxic. What? I just open it up. This is a criminal. He is actually stalking her, and she doesn't know him, I guess. So, in the genres, you will see dark romance, dark, spicy, smut, thriller, fantasy, enemies to lovers, horror, and fiction. The smut one took me off guard, because I don't remember ever seeing that in a genre tagline on Goodreads. this definitely has smut in it. But it wasn't tagged. Definitely has smut in it. It doesn't say smut. It says spicy, just like with this one, but that doesn't explain at all. Because spicy, that could be anything. But I feel like we can all agree that smut is a little bit more clear, right? Once you know what it means. Because there are people who don't know. But if you're in the book world, you know what smut means. You know. Isn't that interesting? So, the book that is honest about it being toxic, and it's a dark fantasy, literally. It's a book that explores a kink, right? And it's honest about that. It's open about that. So it gets the tag smut. But this, it doesn't. It also isn't honest about the fact that it's spicy to begin with. Yes, it has a tiny little disclaimer. Very American, by the way, the way that it's done. But nothing about this warns you for the smut. Hockey, contemporary audio, anime, spicy fiction. It doesn't even say adult. This one doesn't even say adult. This one said adult, at least. It could have been a warning, but I don't correlate that with smut. I correlate that with it's for adults, but that doesn't just be, life is about more than just sex, people. Or is that just me? Don't think so. The tagging standard is rather lazy these days. Too many non-standardized niche tags making the system trip over its own shoelaces. This feels intentional, though. Well, it really does, because especially for the icebreaker one, it was all over the book world. Everyone was talking about it, about the cover. So why didn't they just add it on Goodreads? Goodreads is, oh no, who owns that? Do you know? I know. Do you know? I'm not gonna say it. Do you know who bought it up? I just remembered. Oh my gosh, I have so many thoughts. I have so many thoughts. I might have to move to the story graph with y'all, if you don't mind. I'd have to start all over again, because I think I used my personal email for I think that was the reason I kept it separate. Why did I keep it separate? I don't remember. Popular music? Do I know this? Thank you for the recommendation, Johan. How are you doing? Hello, Rooking. How are you doing today? Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. Oh, thank you for the hug, Riku. I can use it. Actually, solely intentional, and it's a product of a skewed marketing program. Yeah, it's a good thing I don't have true migraines anymore, because I would have gotten one right about now. I want to puke. I might actually. You have to keep many things separate now in case Winston uses it. I don't know where he is actually. He's been good, hasn't he? I really think that the cats are benefiting from the biphasic sleep as well. Let's just talk about something else for a little bit. I've been experimenting with biphasic sleep. Now, I am very lucky in the sense that I can't have a proper job because I have a broken body. So, I'm making the most of it. But if you have the freedom or the space to do it as well, I advise you to look into different sleep schedules, because it might help you as well. I used to have pretty severe, not me minimizing my insomnia, but I really had a lot of sleeping problems, but ever since I started taking a good sleep with an actual REM sleep part in it, after stream, after I fed the cats and I did some of my daily chores, I go to sleep at 6 and I sleep for about 3 hours. And then I do a little bit of work and some other chores and just, do my thing in the night when it's dark. Because during the day I get also very, very overwhelmed. I'm autistic, and in the summer it's just hell. It's hell. And ever since I started to sleep during the part of the day where I was suffering the most from my anxiety, and living during the night a little bit, separating the sleep into two chunks, because then I go to sleep between 3 and 4 and sleep another 6 hours, which, being a woman, is also more fitting to my needs. Because as a woman, you just need more sleep, apparently, and I feel it. if only because I don't have insomnia anymore. But I also feel like it really works. I know this is not the greatest time because I'm just having a lot on my mind, so my sleep isn't great. But that is something separate. But it really works. I really think that in the long run, especially once I've moved away from this town and this region, I think that biphasic sleep should be incorporated in more lives, and maybe it's autistic, neurospicy something. See, spice. We shouldn't use spice to point to smut, because we have the word smut. Stop it. He's been quiet. He's planning things. No, I think they enjoy it too, because yesterday Winston was yelling at me because I had to go outside. So the routine was a little bit different after stream, and they joined me, and we have zoomies at night, and we have some playtime at night. And because it's summer, we do notice that it gets lighter before we go to bed, and they join me again in the morning. I feel like they really love it. His duties are being a menace. That's his job. But I accept that. But I chose him, and I'll have to live with it now. Rejuvenation sleep. I do need it. The thing is, the difference between what I used to do, because I used to allow myself like half an hour. I would go lie down and close the curtains because I get overwhelmed. I literally overwhelmed by the light. It's just. It stresses me out, and my anxiety levels go through the roof. And I would allow myself 30 minutes because I was really stuck in the 9 to 5 mindset, because you get judged, right? If you get up later in the day. A lot of people are not even aware that they're very judgmental about that, even though. What do you know about my life? What do you know? Why are you judging? If I want to get up at 10, you don't know. I'm actually working in the middle of the night. Like, I made these emotes in the middle of the night, all right? So let me live my life. But I was stuck in that 9 to 5. Even though I've been, like, not able to have a conventional job for years now, I still adhere to these silly little social rules. And I still allow other people to judge me and allow that judgment to influence my own decisions. While I've always known that my anxiety is worst at the end of the afternoon. I have a lot of crying in the around 4 or 5, and I just get upset, and I would force myself through that and continue being a functioning adult, even though I'm autistic. I need to adjust in certain places, and I just wouldn't allow myself to do it. But that does mean that I can now confidently tell you that there is a marked difference, and it suits me. But there are a lot of different schedules that you could try out if you do have the freedom. I know I'm privileged in my disability, and I do say that on purpose, because it's very important that you see how you can find the good things in the bad things. Like being disabled is never fun, but there are some perks that I have, like painkillers. That's no fun either. But for about 2 hours every episode, my painkillers are joy. And I have to cling to that, And the fact that I have high anxiety at the end of the day is horrible. But at least now I have tried out something that helps me and I can advocate for it. I can tell other people because who knows, maybe there's someone else listening who may not be autistic but also has, a severe energy dip at the end of the day and didn't realize, hey, I have free will. I am fully allowed to sleep for 3 hours and exchange those 3 hours for midnight to 3 a.m. Why not? Who says why not? Your parents did. Your parents did. But if you're an adult, you can make decisions for your own now, within reason, and if you don't hurt yourself and others. Cherry's Midnight Emote Factory. Actually, today, at least I try. I fail a lot because I just started out trying to make emotes to begin with, but I'm reading. I'm working on projects. Even if it is a lot of editing, and I'll probably end up having to start over for a lot of things. At least I'm doing something. It's not like, see, I'm doing it again. I'm trying to explain how I decide to live my life. What is wrong with the humanity? How did we get here? Why do we do this to other people? That we don't even allow others to live their life as it fits them, to the degree that you even when there's literally no one there to judge you, you still do it. That's insane. Yes, you go. Ballistic? It sounds so aggressive. But I like neurospicy. I don't think about smut at all when I hear spicy. When I hear spicy, I hear like feisty sooner rather than smut, What about you, Timmy Lee? Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. I hope you're having a good day. I'm not, but that's fine. I'm doing it to myself. I'm okay. Susan Tice, flower grounds, just flower grounds. It also, I also noticed that really, really a lot of, maybe it's because I am focusing on whimsy, but have you noticed that there's a lot of people focusing on whimsy this year? How did it happen? That feels sus. Almost. Or are we that desperate that the entire humanity is currently just desperate for whimsy as well? Because I wouldn't be surprised. Tadeo, I actually, midnight is my favorite time of day. It's quiet. I don't mind. Today I'm wearing a very corporate t-shirt that depicts a plushy teddy bear throwing a mollet. What? I already said a lot of bad words according to the algorithm. Honestly, feisty is my first interpretation of spicy too. Right? That makes a lot more sense today. I feel like... And also, why would we want to try to use another word that could be misconstrued so easily? It's interesting, but not in a good way, I'm afraid. It kind of makes me think about... Just remember how callous the TV was and still is. If you watch the news, do they censor words like, murder? Just to name one. Do they censor sensitive words like the big R word? No, they just speak. Right? If you watch the news on regular TV, if you watch legacy news. But if you turn on YouTube and you go to a true crime channel that actually respects the victims and has done proper research, they can't say any word. And this actually is going to get flagged anyway because I said grooming. For example, you're not allowed on YouTube to talk about the process of grooming without using the normal words. I feel that's so sus. Why are we not allowed to use the proper words to name abuse? Who do you not want to be in the know about these things? And why? Neurofeisty! No, not that one. I'm going for neurofeisty. Maybe neurofeisty because the truth is we are quite feisty, but we're just not allowed. Because if neurofeisty people are a little bit more feisty, that doesn't work, right? Because we're not adhering to status quo, and we're being whimsy, and actually allow ourselves to think differently. And we can't have that. We can't have that. We have to allow people to stalk women. Yeah, there's something trying to connect itself in my brain about the censorship on YouTube and the tagline of the genres on Goodreads, but I can't quite get it. Exactly, Tadeo. True crime channels can't say the words that are associated with true crime because you'll get flagged and you'll get demonetized. You will get suppressed. But it doesn't make sense. And they use the excuse of, well, those videos don't get ads. What do you mean? What do you mean? But why am I getting AI game ads that are about dating, but really they're just hidden corn apps because that's what you're doing. You're role playing, and that it's what? But we're not allowed to inform people about abusive situations that ended up in someone being dead, or we can't teach children about what is how the danger of adults is not just stranger danger, and what abuse actually looks like. Why are we not allowed to inform kids again? Huh? It's on daytime TV as well. They never had any problems. So that makes no sense. Exactly. And the thing is, I don't remember the channel name. I know a few things about channels that upload, for example. Now, I am not a fan of putting your children on online at all, for a lot of reasons. And that includes sports. If your kid does a sport and you're very proud of your kid, that's great. But there's a lot of evil people out there. And you don't want to influence the digital footprint of your child without their consent. Even if we do get laws to delete everything that your parents put online of you, that doesn't delete it at all. Once it's out there, it's out there. We know this. And with AI and the CP, no, just no. But YouTube doesn't mind at all to upload and allow footage of children, especially girls, in very compromising positions no, how do I say that? That's Dutch. Hold on. And it's sports, and I'm sure that there's innocent channels out there who are truly just proud of their kids, and they want to share the growth of their child's sports endeavors. I truly believe that, but I saw a deep dive on how many channels are actually gateways to other websites. How many of those channels are used to find PDF files. And that's just allowed on YouTube. And if you try to flag them and give them proof, that the person who made that deep dive, it's a few years ago actually, tried to do that, and YouTube just won't. Well, the video is okay. We can't help where it leads to. It's not our problem. But true crime channels who try to inform people and keep the victims' stories alive, or who try to put a focus on missing cases that really should have been solved, that's not allowed. Okay. Sure. Haunting Adeline, a book that safely explores kink, is demonized. And the only thing that we talk about here is the cover, and not about all the abuse that is in here. Sure. our hope is Henry. If you've read this, please let me know. I kind of want to be spoiled. How does this end? I think it will end poorly. If she ends up giving up the Olympics, what are we gonna do? What do we do? Do we want to lay a bet? I do like making bets, but this book is having a very bad influence on me. Will she give up her Olympic career? Because we were just notified that she was adopted, and her adoptive parents put her on ice skating to begin with. And it feels like they are going to steer this into the direction of, I actually don't want to go to the Olympics at all. I just want to be your girlfriend. That's what this feels like. It happened before. In Elsie Silver's Flawless, she ends up giving her entire life basically, and move in with the retired rodeo clown, because I don't think he's a man. he was really lame. Nate levels lame, not respecting her job and everything. It's too soon. It's 4. I have an hour. Okay. What do we do if that happens? I don't know, man. Do you know this is a series as well? Wait, because I do know that it's probably not going to be about these two, right? This is a series. This is part of a series. Wait! Let me go back real quick. Okay, good. I mean, not. Apparently, the second book in this series is nominated for what? Favorite romance. The second book is about Russ, a character that I do know from this already, which I already knew that they were going to use other characters, and it's going to be, so the reason that they're being forced together is they had 2 ice rinks, one for the ice hockey team, one for the figure skaters, and apparently the ice hockey players are well, they call it pranks, but there's like rivalry between schools, which happens. What did you do? You flew the chicken coop. Good job. You made it. I'm so proud of you. The reason that one of the ice rinks, the ice rink of the ice hockey players is ruined is because Russ, this guy, had a one-night stand with someone from the school that they, mess around with by having pranks and stuff. So that school broke their ice system, not just the ice, the whole system. And I really wish they had already brought up the fact that the police was involved, but it seems like it's a boys will be boys situation. Anyway, that's why there's one ice rink, and these two are now forced together because the schedules are going to collide, and I really don't see why. Though they shouldn't. The only reason they're talking is because he refuses to leave her alone. The second book is about the guy who did or did not knock up the girl he had a one-night stand with. And it's going to be about summer camp. It's called Wildfire. Russ knows breaking the camp's strict no staff fraternization rule will have him heading back to Maple Hills before the summer is over. Wait, so the reason they meet again in the second book, I shouldn't have watched. The reason because he has a one-night stand, he never sees her again. But for some reason, everyone knows, and that's why they break the ice rink. And the reason they meet again, this guy and the girl he got pregnant, is because they both start working at the same summer camp. Russ knows breaking the camp's strict no staff fraternizing rule will have him heading back to Maple Hills. What is this? What is this? That one time at band camp. Jonas Brothers? Demi Lovato? Was that good? Did it age good? I don't know. I'm scared. I'm scared of everything now. Is it self-serving to recommend my own book? No, of course not. You can use cherry points if you want. Hi, Lashorty. Oh, this is so unfortunate. I need to go though. So if you want to do that, you can either do it through the cherry points, or maybe go to Discord. I need to do my chores and lie down and sleep. Thank you so much for being here. I'm so sorry. And I will be back tomorrow. I did schedule in streams for the readathon until Sunday. And just so you know, we will still have our regularly scheduled other streams, basically, except I'm doing the readathon in between. So on Sunday, we'll just have a chat. If you're not interested in seeing me lose my mind, just come back on Sunday and I'll just be only slightly upset, I hope. Uh, yeah, thank you so much for being here. I love you. You are important. And if you find yourself wondering if maybe you have made the same slip-ups that happened in a story like this, which is problematic, please know that it may not be your fault, especially if you didn't do it on purpose, if you did something that turned out to be either toxic or harassment or whatever unideal thing. Please know that if you didn't do it intentionally, it was probably the result of something like this, of something that modeled very, very toxic behavior in a way that made it seem like it was okay and even wanted. So let's make sure that we don't demonize the wrong people or anyone at all, really, and instead hold space and make room for learning and healing. All right? So, I mean it. You are important. And it's all going to be okay. We'll just have to suffer a little bit longer. So, please take care of yourself. Don't forget to drink water. I really did poorly. I'll do better tomorrow, okay? Shh. Don't you dare. No, no. No unexpected sounds today. I will not allow it. I have no control over things, so I will control the sounds of my house. Okay, try to be kind, people, especially to yourself. And I hope to see you very soon. Bye-bye.